Munish Pandey back into this conversation. We're going to try and connect with Munish once again. But viewers, I'll take you back. The ED case of money laundering against the health minister stems from the August 2017 FIR by the CBI against him and others on charges of alleged possession of disproportionate asset case. It remains to be seen whether the disproportionate asset case somewhere down the line links to the party, or is it a personal case? One thing that has been established, that this arrest has been made on a 2017 case by the CBI where disproportionate assets are concerned, and the others in question who have been charged with Satyendra Jain are family members of Satyendra Jain. All right, viewers, the latest is as well the Aam Aadmi Party, understandably, because even when the raids were taking place during the Punjab elections, had said that this is all but vendetta politics, that the Bharatiya Janata Party is insecure of the Aam Aadmi Party's rise, especially in Punjab, and are conducting and using central agencies to attack the party, and this was bound to happen. Satyendra Jain would be arrested soon, and that's what's happened as per the Aam Aadmi Party. We're going to try and get in as many reactions as we can from the Aam Aadmi Party as well. I have Munish Pandey live with me once again. Munish, take us through the case under which Satyendra Jain finds himself under arrest. It's a 2017 case. It deals with disproportionate assets. Give us more.
Yeah, well, Preeti, as far as this entire case is concerned, what ED claims that during the period 2015 and 2016, there were several entries regarding certain companies which were controlled by Satyendra Jain and his family members. And as per the ED, there was cash transaction, there were hawala transaction to the tune of 4.81 crore. And these companies, ED alleges that this belongs to Mr. Satyendra Jain and his family members. Recently, properties worth more than 4.81 crore of these companies were attached by the Enforcement Directorate. Today he was called for questioning, and what ED claims that during the questioning, when he was asked about the cash transactions, he was asked about the hawala transactions, but he was unable to explain the source of money, and that is why just a while back, he has been placed under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. As far as the other agencies are concerned, remember there have been several raids on Satyendra Jain and his family members by ED and other central agencies. But as far as ED's case is concerned, ED has been pursuing this case from quite some time. He was called in for questioning earlier also. Aam Aadmi Party called it a political vendetta, but ED claims that after getting sufficient evidence, they have arrested Mr. Jain.
You know, what's really interesting is if we just hark back, Satyendra Jain was in charge of multiple portfolios, which included health and PWD 4 months ago. PWD, or exactly 2 months ago, if I'm not wrong, PWD was taken away from Satyendra Jain and given to Manish Sisodia as well, because clearly the Aam Aadmi Party knew that there was the ED and CBI heat where Satyendra Jain was concerned. Munish, I want to, get what are your sources within the ED telling you? Because Satyendra Jain was campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Was he picked up from Himachal Pradesh?
Preeti, as far as the process of arrest is concerned, there is one thing very clear in the Enforcement Directorate, that the person has to be summoned, he has to appear before the agency, and then only the arrest can take place. This is as per the procedure of the Enforcement Directorate's manual. As far as today's arrest is concerned, Mr. Jain was summoned by the ED. He appeared today before the ED office in Delhi. He was questioned by the officials of headquarters unit, and after the questioning, the ED decided to arrest him based on certain evidence, and the statement which was given by Mr. Satyendra Jain claiming that he is not aware that where this 4.8 crore came to the companies allegedly owned
Lots
by
of
him and his
BJP
family.
Reactions coming in right now. Munish, let's cut into Majinder Singh Sirsa from the Bharatiya Janata Party speaking with my sister concern Aaj Tak. Listen in.
कि जो बेईमान लोग हैं वो आपके साथी तो नहीं है कहीं। अब सबको पता है कि आजकल पैसे का लेन देन कौन कर रहा है पंजाब में, सबको पता है कि दिल्ली के अंदर कौन पैसे का लेन देन करता है, सबको पता है एमएलए की टिकटें कैसे बिकती हैं। माफ करना, मैं बहुत, क्योंकि ये मसला ईडी से रिलेटेड है, ईडी इस केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है, लेकिन सच्चाई हम सबको पता है कि ये बहुत डीप रूटेड है। बहुत कुछ और भी है जो सबकी जानकारी में है, लेकिन वो कभी कितनी देर तक बचा पाएंगे, ये अराजकता वाली बातें भी सामने आ जाएंगी जल्दी आपको। क्योंकि पैसे, आप देख लीजिए, एक बात मैं आपको जानकर डाल दूं, पैसे देना, पैसे लेना, ये सबूत को छुपाया नहीं जा सकता। हमें लगता है कि हमने छुपा लिया, नहीं छुपता, क्योंकि देने वाला बता देता है मैंने दिए थे, बीच में जो ड्राइवर होता है वो बोल पड़ता है, बीच में जो डिलीवरी मैन होता है वो बोल पड़ता है, सैकड़ों लोग ऐसे इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, बात छुपती ही नहीं है, चाहे आप कितनी भी छुपाने की कोशिश करें। इसलिए अभी भी बातें सामने आएंगी ना,
ठीक है,
देखना विधानसभा की टिकटें कैसे बिकी है, बात सामने आएगी।
ठीक है,
लोकसभा में कैसे, राज्यसभा कैसी बेची है, ये सारी
ठीक है सिरसा साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप जुड़े। तो कुल मिला All right, viewers, Bajinder Singh Sirsa from the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP says that the Aam Aadmi Party, especially when it comes to corruption, what's interesting is not above board, is what the BJP is saying. What's interesting, viewers, in all of this is that till this morning, when he was summoned by the ED, Satyendra Jain was campaigning in the state of Himachal Pradesh, and this morning, his speech there was interesting to note, was a speech against corruption and how the Aam Aadmi Party's calling card would be anti-corruption where Himachal Pradesh is concerned. He was summoned by the ED, and since then, the ED has mounted a case where money laundering is concerned. It's a 2017 case and has made that arrest. I want to once again pull in my colleague Munish Pandey into this conversation. Munish, the fact that it's a 2017 case, are there multiple cases that the ED was investigating against Satyendra Jain? 2017 case, what does it entail?
Yeah, well, at least two cases. There are two cases against Mr. Satyendra Jain. One was being investigated by the zonal office of the enforcement directorate. The other case was with the headquarter unit. The case in which he has been arrested, that case pertains to the headquarter unit. It was being investigated by the ED from quite some time. But today, when the questioning was taking place, then only ED decided to arrest him. Of course, the timing is very interesting. Many are going to question the timing of his arrest, especially the Aam Aadmi Party. But as far as the ED is concerned, what they are claiming, that recently they attached the property, they had to record statement of Mr. Satyendra Jain. There were certain...
Okay, stay with me, Munish. What's interesting, viewers, at this point of time is Dr. Kumar Vishwas. If you remember, Kumar Vishwas has been the biggest baiter of the Aam Aadmi Party. He's just tweeted out, and we're going to put out his tweet very quickly. He says, ये केस जब पहली बार आया था तो मैंने भरी PAC में सत्येंद्र जैन से जवाब मांगा था. He says that the case, when it surfaced in 2017, Kumar Vishwas was a part of the Aam Aadmi Party, and at that point of time, during the PAC, he had asked Satyendra Jain about the case. And at that point of time, he was told कि मैं CA हूँ, कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है. At that point of time, Satyendra Jain told the Aam Aadmi Party that he was a CA and there is no wrongdoing. At that point of time, Satyendra Jain... I want to once again pull in Munish Pandey back into this conversation. Munish, as we continue to get in reactions which are filtering in, because this is big news, the Aam Aadmi Party would now be pretty much trying to figure out what would be the best reaction. Till now, they've always said it's vendetta politics. Viewers, during the Punjab elections, multiple raids by the CBI, by the ED had taken place on Satyendra Jain. At that point of time, in early January, Arvind Kejriwal had come out and said that we are expecting an arrest any time of Satyendra Jain because the BJP wants to get back to us because they are scared of the rise of the Aam Aadmi Party. But the ED has now made that arrest. What is the case on? I want to once again bring in Munish Pandey to break it down for our viewers. Munish, a 2017 case. Can you go step by step? Who are the others involved? He's been a chartered accountant. Is there any link? Is this a case which is a personal case of disproportionate assets where Satyendra Jain is concerned? Or is this a case which somewhere down the line also involves the Aam Aadmi Party?
Yeah, well, Preeti, as far as this entire case is concerned, what ED alleges and what the allegations in layman language are that when in 2015 and 2017 he was holding a government office at that point of time, there were several shell companies which were on the name of Mr. Satyendra Jain and the other family members of Mr. Jain, including his wife. Now, as far as the allegations are concerned, what ED claims that these companies were shell companies belonging to the family members. There was no actual business, but still there was inflow of money in terms of fake business, and also in terms of hawala transactions. The total amount which the ED claims is 4.81 crore. Today he was called in for questioning. During the questioning, he was unable to explain.
We are getting to, okay, so the Aam Aadmi Party is going to be mounting its response very soon. 8 p.m. there's a press conference. At 8 p.m. Sanjay Singh will address an important press conference today at 8 p.m. That is what has been put out by the Aam Aadmi Party in terms of its defense. Saurabh Bhardwaj from the Aam Aadmi Party joining me on the phone line right now. Saurabh, an arrest has been made of the Health Minister of Delhi. Can the Aam Aadmi Party now hide behind what they've always said is vendetta politics?
I just want to inform your viewers through your channel that this is not a new case. A lot of people must be assuming that there is some new corruption allegation for which they have arrested our minister. This is a 08-year-old case which BJP has been tom-tomming for many years. Initially, the ED called Satyendra Jain for many, hearings. Their relatives were called, their bank accounts were, looked into. And then ED stopped calling him because nothing could be found, nothing could be proven. Now, Satyendra Jain is an election in charge for state of Himachal Pradesh. Elections are due in 3 to 4 months. BJP's anti-incumbency in Himachal Pradesh is so high that they are basically planning to even change their chief minister. So now, just to harass Satyendra Jain and just to, prevent the defeat of Himachal Pradesh, BJP has dug in the 8-year-old case and have arrested him. I am assuring you on your channel, within few days, when the matter reaches the court will grant bail to Satyendra Jain because there is not even an iota of evidence against Mr. Jain. It is all, cock and bull stories. They could not find out anything. It is just an harassment by the central government agency.
But Saurabh, the fact is the BJP is saying that no longer can the Aam Aadmi Party hide behind the fig leaf of being an anti-corrupt party. You yourselves had to sack a minister, arrest a minister in Punjab on the basis of corruption. And today, even if this case is old, how does it matter? Because if there is evidence that the man in question here, Satyendra Jain, is corrupt, then how does it matter if it's, 5, 6 or a new case?
Exactly my point. It doesn't matter to us, who is doing the corruption. If there is any corruption allegation, even if it doesn't go to the media, even if no agency is investigating it, it comes to us. We are the ones who will lay a trap, who will find out the truth. And we have done it not once, we have done it twice. In the history of Indian democracy, never it has happened that a chief minister sacks his own minister on allegations of corruption. That too in a press conference. We have done it twice. We have done it in Delhi when there were allegations against Asim. We found that evidence was credible. We sacked him. Regarding Mr. Singla, who was the health minister in Punjab, nobody knew it. No agency knew it. The chief minister's office got to know it. We laid the trap. We found, yes, there are corruption things happening there. We sacked him. We are not the one who are shy about it. In this present case, this is an 8-year-old case. Nothing is there. There is no iota of evidence against Mr. Satyendra Jain. That's why we are standing firm with Mr. Jain that there is nothing there.
Saurabh, the fact is, at that point of time, and you might say that he's your adversary right now, but Kumar Vishwas has tweeted out just a short while ago, and he says that in 2017, in the PAC, when this case had come out, he had confronted Satyendra Jain at that point of time, and he had ensured him that there is nothing wrong. But the fact is, would you actually say that the ED, without any evidence, would have made that arrest?
Even if Mr. Vishwas is saying no, I think it tells about the kind of transparent platform and democratic discussions which happen in our highest political body, that is Political Affairs Committee. That a PAC member can confront a minister, ask for evidence, This is how we operate. ED, like income tax or CBI, basically works on the political agenda of the central government. In the times of Congress also, this allegation was there, not from anybody else. BJP had this allegation. They used to call it a parrot, the caged parrot. The courts called CBI a caged parrot. So I think everybody in India knows that the central government's political agenda is basically, pushed by these central agencies, be it income tax, be it ED, be it CBI. So I think people know this.
All right. Okay, Saurabh, another point that has been raised by the BJP, and it's important to note, and it is true as well, that important lucrative ministry like the PWD ministry was taken away from Satyendra Jain just a month ago. Why was that?
I think there is no ministry which is lucrative or non-lucrative, because lucrative is somebody who operates on commissions. We keep juggling ministries between the ministers depending on the workload, depending on the priorities of the chief minister. We keep juggling them. And I think it happens like it happens in families. So I don't think there is anything adverse with respect to juggling a ministry from Mr. Jain to somebody else. It keeps happening in our government.
PWD ministry was handed over to Mr. Sisodia. So you're saying that was routine, it keeps happening, ministries keeps getting juggled. But Saurabh Bhardwaj, before I let you go, sir, I'm going to ask you one quick question. What is going to be the Aam Aadmi Party's response right now? Because whichever way you look at it, this is public humiliation, sir.
I agree. This is a public humiliation. This is a harassment being meted out to my colleague, Mr. Jain. We as a political party stand firm with Satyendra Jain, and we will fight it out in the court of law. And we are very certain that, when courts look at the evidence, they will grant relief to Mr. Jain.
These are tough times for your party, Mr. Bhardwaj. At one end, corruption charges, ministers being sacked and arrested in Punjab. A law and order massive issue brewing in the state of Punjab. Yesterday with what happened, and then today the arrest of your own health minister in Delhi.
Well, we have had, such roller coaster ride for last 7-8 years. And I think we are used to it. And through our sacrifices, we have built up this party. We are able to run governments in 2 states. And I think this is how, we have to sacrifice ourselves in this country.
All right, Mr. Bhardwaj, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. All right, viewers, you just heard Saurabh Bhardwaj from the Aam Aadmi Party, and Mr. Bhardwaj says that this is vendetta politics. It's a case which is years old. It's 2017, and it's just been regurgitated to embarrass the Aam Aadmi Party at this particular juncture. And they are very sure that once the case reaches court, Satyendra Jain would be released by the Enforcement Directorate. Also, viewers, I'm going to quickly get you up to speed. In the next 10 minutes, an official press conference by the Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh is going to be addressed shortly. The party's response to the arrest of its health minister of Delhi, where the ED says that in 2017, Satyendra Jain transferred money into shell companies amounting to crores. And the cash transfer to a Kolkata-based company. This involved his family as well. Satyendra Jain has been an important cog in the wheel where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Till 2 months ago, he was in charge of the lucrative PWD ministry as well. He's the health minister. However, PWD has since been handed over to Manish Sisodia. But Satyendra Jain now finding himself in a big spot of bother, also embarrassing the party with the ED making this arrest in a case of 2017. We're going to keep a keen eye. We're going to get you all facets, all aspects of this developing story. Do stay with me, slipping into a quick break.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Have you heard about light pollution? Yes, lights can cause pollution. In Paris, at the end of 18th century, only half of the city's street lights were lit at night during the full moon. The reason was economical rather than environmental. Initially seen as inconvenient, nowadays light pollution or photo pollution has become a major concern. As soon as the night falls, urban areas are engulfed by a halogen halo as streets and buildings are artificially lit up, blotting out stars. The phenomena has massively increased during the past 20 years. Much of the Earth is now visible from space at night. Light pollution poses several different problems. Artificial light attracts millions of insects, preventing them from providing a food source for birds and disrupting the food chain. It also causes disorientation of migrating birds who navigate using the stars. Artificial light can also interrupt the life cycles of trees. Those lit up at night tend to lose their leaves later. Humans can also be affected with problems like sleeping and concentrating. Some surveys have even linked long-term exposure to strong artificial light with cancer. Directing light towards the sky or at a building facade instead of the ground is also a huge waste of energy.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are what?
He sang about guns and gangs. He was murdered by gangsters. Moosewala murder triggers firestorm. They waited, tracked, trailed and killed. Guns, gangs and badla. Big focus on News Track.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. A highly popular singer politician from Punjab is shot dead within a day of his VIP security cover being withdrawn by the Punjab government. It's put the AAP government of Bhagwant Singh Mann once again under the scanner. What really happened to Sidhu Moosewala? That's going to be one of our top stories tonight. Also, we'll tell you more about this year's UPSC toppers. All three are women. All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
He sang about guns and gangs. He was murdered by gangsters. Moosewala murder triggers firestorm. They waited, tracked, trailed and killed. Guns, gangs and badla. Big focus on News Track.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. A highly popular singer politician from Punjab is shot dead within a day of his VIP security cover being withdrawn by the Punjab government. It's put the AAP government of Bhagwant Singh Mann once again under the scanner. What really happened to Sidhu Moosewala? That's going to be one of our top stories tonight. Also, we'll tell you more about this year's UPSC toppers. All three are women. All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing legacies. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, Roz Khao Ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the News Track. I'm Rahul Kamal and here are the headlines we're tracking this evening. Anger within the Congress over Gandhi loyalists making it to the Rajya Sabha actor. Nagma says Sonia backtracked on an 18-year-old pledge for a Rajya Sabha seat. The Varanasi District Court will resume hearing in the Gyanvapi case on the 4th of July. Arguments on maintainability to continue next month. Both sides handed over the survey tapes. Gang war emerges as the motive for Sidhu Moosewala's murder. BJP blames Bhagwant Mann and Kejriwal for cutting the singer's security. Congress demands dismissal of the Punjab government. Delhi Health Minister arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the 2015-16 Hawala transactions. AAP calls Satinder Jain's arrest vendetta. For weeks now, India Today has been bringing you every dimension of the Gyanvapi coverage. And today, we're getting you a massive exclusive. India Today has the videographic evidence of what emerged during the survey at the Gyanvapi Mosque. We have accessed the full 8-hour-long unedited footage of the survey that was conducted a week ago on the 14th, 15th and 16th of May. What you're about to see in just a moment from now is the most recent footage of the claimed Shivling at the Gyanvapi Mosque. So let's get set. I want to go across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant. He's been looking very carefully at the footage that's come out of Varanasi. And over the next couple of minutes, He's going to take you through what that footage looks like, what it shows, and what it really means. Gaurav, over to you.
Rahul, thank you very much. India Today has exclusively accessed these images, and Rahul, these images are an absolute eye-opener for what exactly this structure is. And over the course of this broadcast, Rahul, we will tell our viewers this is what the Hindu side says is the Shivling. This is the first view of the Shivling, Rahul, and we will show our viewers what this exactly is. If you just step closer, Rahul, this is where the survey was carried out, and for the benefit of our viewers, we'll stop these images, each and every one of them. They're going in very quick succession. If we just stop at these images for a moment and show our viewers what this structure actually is. Rahul, this, for the benefit of our viewers, this is actually the wazukhana or the wazu pond. This had about 3 feet of water. That water was removed from the wazukhana, and then this stone structure emerged. But Rahul, if you see very carefully, this area on the stone structure, it's very different. Let's take a look at this for the benefit of our viewers, Rahul. This structure is very different from the rest of the stone. There is a half-inch hole here, if you notice. This is about 63 centimeters deep. A hole was, according to the Hindu side, that's what they've claimed in court, was drilled here. This is about 9 inches by 9 inches. This entire structure here is different, if you notice, from...
So what's the evidence to say that this is actually a Shivling and not the fountain?
Of the fountain. So the Muslim side, Rahul, says this is the fountain. They say it has this hole here, which is about half an inch. This is about 63 centimeters deep. But if it's a fountain, where does the water come in from? Where is the inlet? There is no inlet.
No, but I saw water around that in the image.
That's right. So that's the wazukhana. And when we move to the next picture, we will show our viewers what the next picture explains. So if you see this top, Rahul, this is the water around. Now, these are officials, as you can see here, these are officials of the Municipal Corporation of Varanasi. They were brought in on the 16th of May at 8 in the morning. The survey team went in. They were videographing and photographing everything. They came in and they brought this ladder. This ladder was brought from outside because this wazu pond is 33 feet by 33 feet. To get inside this structure that the Hindus call the Shivling, Rahul, this was submerged in water. The water was drained out. Once the water was drained out, incidentally, there were fish in this water. So the fisheries department was called in, the fish were removed, water was drained out, and when we move to the next picture, I will be able to explain in the next picture. Once this water was drained out, now look at this picture, Rahul. You can understand
this is on the surface, right?
This is the wazukhana of the Gyanvapi Mosque premises. This is exactly 83 feet on the other side, is where the Nandi, bull of Lord Shiv is. This is what you notice. You notice a well-like structure. This is the well-like structure. This is about 7 feet and 10 inches to be precise, the diameter of this place. And this Shivling that the Hindu side calls this the Shivling, the fountain as the Muslim side calls it, is inside this. This is about...
No, so the story that the Purohits tell you over there is that when the temple was being destroyed, because the Mughal army was coming in, one Purohit jumped into the well with the Shivling. This is supposed to be that same Shivling,
This
right?
is supposed to be that.
But then how is
the top angle. This is the top angle of the Shivling according to the Hindu side.
Okay.
But what you notice here, Rahul, this is different, right? This structure is very different. This stone is very different from this stone, if you notice, right? This is the dark stone which the Hindu side insists is the Shivling. This has been made subsequently. This is that half-inch hole which is about 63 centimeters deep, and it doesn't go beyond 63 centimeters. This is about 9 inches by 9 inches.
So where does the water come into the fountain from?
That's the question that the Hindu side, according to the survey report that India Today has accessed, they repeatedly asked this question of the Muslim side, that where does the water come in from? They had absolutely no idea, and they claimed that this hadn't happened for the past 10 years, 12 years. Then they said for the past 20 years, they hadn't seen where the water came in from because it wasn't working.
So stay with me for a moment. Samarth Srivastav joins us. He's a reporter on the ground. He's been tracking the survey in Varanasi. Samarth, you had an opportunity along with Kumar Abhishek, our bureau chief in Lucknow, to go through the full footage. Give our viewers a sense of, Gaurav has picked out certain portions. He's highlighting those for our viewers. Give us a sense of the import of all those 8 hours of raw unedited footage which our teams have been looking at the last couple of days.
See, Rahul, the footage clears a lot of things as you just showed in the clips. So it clearly shows that once the water was taken out from that particular pond, some black object was visible, which was called fountain by the Muslim side, while the Hindu side claimed it to be a Shivling. And on the upper portion of that particular area, there is something zigzag kind of circular motion. So that was being called by the upper end of the fountain by the Muslim side, while the Hindu side claimed that that particular top object differs from that of the lower portion, and they called it Adi Vishweshwar, they called it the Jyotirling, the Shivling, as Sonal Arya, the first practitioner, even termed after coming out of the premises during the survey that Baba Mil Gaye. So these were the versions. So I have been joined by Harishankar Jain, Rahul, and I'll try to speak to him as well. Harishankar ji, आप लोग जब सर्वे के दौरान गए थे तो क्या चीजें नजर आई थी? जो शिवलिंग है आप लोग कह रहे हैं, मुस्लिम पक्ष कह रहा है वो फाउंटेन है, क्या था?
कई बार बतला चुका, फाउंटेन कहना सबसे बड़ा भद्दा मजाक है, केवल शिवलिंग है। वो जबरदस्ती बात फाउंटेन कही जा रही है, ये अविश्वसनीय है और वो प्योर और सिंपल बहुत पुराना शिवलिंग है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं होना चाहिए।
जो ऊपर का पोर्शन है हरिशंकर जी, जिसको ऊपर से ऐसा लगता है कोई और ऑब्जेक्ट लगाया गया, उसके बारे में बताइए।
अब देखिए, इस पर एएसआई या कोई एजेंसी जांच करे तब मालूम पड़ेगा कि कार्बन डेटिंग हो, तब मालूम पड़ेगा क्या क्यों कैसे किया गया। पर वो फाउंटेन फव्वारा नहीं है, शिवलिंग है। शिवलिंग के साथ क्या गया, अन्याय किया गया है, किस तरह चोट पहुंचाई गई है, ये तो जांच होगी तब मालूम पड़ेगा।
और कलाकृतियां जो मिली, स्वास्तिक, त्रिशूल और भी जो चीजें पूरे फुटेज में,
पूरे बिल्डिंग में संस्कृत के श्लोक हैं, कमल के फूल है, त्रिशूल है, सब कुछ मिला है और स्वास्तिक मिला है। जिस जगह नमाज पढ़ते हैं वहाँ मिला है, उसको जो कैलेंडर लगा रखा था, कई जगह बहुत ताजी पोताई की गई थी कि छिपा दिया जाए, पर सब चीज सामने दिख रही है।
इसका ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं हुआ?
ऑब्जेक्शन कोर्ट में होता है, वहाँ तो जितना जो कुछ आई रिपोर्ट लिख के आ गई है, कोर्ट में उसका जवाब देंगे।
I'm also being joined by the women practitioners, Rahul. I'll try to speak to them. आप लोगों ने जब उस ऑब्जेक्ट को देखा, जिसे आप लोग शिवलिंग बता रहे हैं, अंदर क्या एटमॉस्फेयर था, क्या हुआ था उसमें?
उस समय तो सारा वीडियोग्राफी हुआ था, त्रिशूल थे और दीवारों पे त्रिशूल है, स्वास्तिक है, कलेवे हैं और ओम के आकार बने हुए हैं।
सर आप लोग को
लेकिन वो सब हुआ है, वो सब तो
कोर्ट में से आए हैं ना सील लेके, हम लोग
So these are the things coming in as they are clearly saying they were inside during the survey, and when footage came out, they must have also seen that particular thing because they were there inside when all the things were shot by the videographers Ganesh and Vivaj Dubey. So it's very clear and evident as they are saying that they are claiming that it is a proper Shivling and not just Shivling. They also have said that some area was painted. It was like they wanted to bury some evidence, or some area was there, some calendar was put at the area where Trishul, swastika and other symbols were found. That was earlier spoken by the videographer to the India Today TV. So these were the revelations and clearly seeing in the footages with India Today TV. So these are the updates coming down, and he was Harishankar, a very important person in this particular case because he has dealt it with from the very start. While the women petitioners also claimed that they were inside, and when they found that particular thing which Hindu side is claiming to be a Shivling, the atmosphere was something electrifying inside that particular mosque.
Okay, stay with me, Samarth. I want to go across to our Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief Kumar Abhishek. He joins me now. He's been leading our team on the ground. Kumar, हमारे दर्शकों को समझाएं, आपने 8 घंटे की ये फुटेज पिछले 5-6 दिन से लगातार देखी है, इससे बड़ी तस्वीर क्या उभर रही है? क्या वो सवाल है जिन पर चर्चा चल रही थी कई दिनों से, लेकिन जिनके जवाब किसी के पास नहीं थे, जो कि इस फुटेज को देख के एकदम साफ हो जाता है? कुमार।
बिल्कुल राहुल, देखिए ये फुटेज अपने आप में आंख खोलने वाला है। दरअसल इस फुटेज को लेकर के दोनों पक्षों के अपने अपने क्लेम है। लेकिन जिस दिन आखिरी दिन जब सर्वे चल रहा था और आखिरी दिन सर्वे के तुरंत बाद जब विष्णु जैन बाहर निकलते हैं और साथ साथ सोहन लाल आर्य ये दोनों बाहर निकलते हैं, विष्णु जैन ने तभी उसी वक्त थम्स अप बनाया और बताया कि शिवलिंग मिला है। और उसी समय सोहन लाल आर्य जो कि इसके सबसे पुराने याचिका करता हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि बाबा मिल गए। देखिए ये जो जगह है ये पूरी जगह ठीक जो मस्जिद के सामने वजूखाना है उसमें है, लेकिन ये फुटेज कई घंटों का ये फुटेज है, जबकि 5 दिनों का जो पूरा सर्वे है उसमें किया गया है। हम जो इस वक्त तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, दरअसल वजूखाने के बीच में जो गोल सर्किल है, जो सर्किल बना हुआ है, उसके बीच में बिल्कुल काले रंग का ये डीप काले रंग का ये पत्थर है और इसे शिवलिंग, हिंदू पक्ष लगातार इसे शिवलिंग कह रहा है। जिस वक्त
समझाइए कुमार अभिषेक,
उस वक्त बाकायदा आप देखेंगे एक सीढ़ी लगाई गई।
नहीं कि अगर जैसे कि हिंदू पक्षकार ये कह रहे हैं कि ये शिवलिंग है और लोग मान भी रहे हैं कि ये शिवलिंग है, और अगर इसको छिपाना होता तो मुस्लिम पक्ष के लोग ये पूछेंगे कि इसको हटा दिया गया होता। अगर ये वाकई में साबित करता है कि यहाँ पे मंदिर था मस्जिद बनने से पहले, तो इसको तो इतने सालों में 400 सालों में हटा दिया गया होता। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये फाउंटेन है, इसका सबूत ये है कि अगर ये शिवलिंग होता तो हम इसको हटा देते, हम इसको रखते ही क्यों यहाँ पे? इसका क्या जवाब है?
नहीं देखिए उनका पॉइंट वैलिड है। उनका कहना है कि ये शिवलिंग नहीं है, ये एक पत्थर है, ये एक फवारे का पत्थर है। बाकायदा अगर आप देखें तो उसके ऊपर जो चीज़ लगी हुई है, चरखी जैसी चीज़, उसमें एक छेद भी दिखाई दे रहा है। और जो लॉयर हैं मुस्लिम पक्ष के, वो लगातार इसी बात को कह रहे हैं कि वो नहीं मानते कि ये शिवलिंग है। देखिए ये बहुत पहले से उस इलाके में जब वजूखाना नहीं था तब भी ये रहा होगा। आज से करीब 50 साल पहले इस तरीके का शायद ये वजूखाने का स्वरूप नहीं था। लोग कहते हैं कि ये तब पत्थरों से दबा था, वहाँ के दूसरे मलबों से दबा हुआ था, लेकिन बाद में ये वजूखाना बना। ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि इसको चाहते तो हटाया जा सकता था, उनके इस तर्क में दम है, लेकिन क्यों नहीं हटाया गया? या फिर मुस्लिम जो पक्षकार है उन्हें लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पुराना ये कोई फवारा रहा होगा। अब ये इस बात का फैसला तो राहुल अदालत करेगी, लेकिन जिस तरीके का ये निकल करके आया, अगर हम वायरल वीडियो को देखें तो वायरल वीडियो में बहुत साफ नहीं था। जब वहां पर पक्षकार थे, तमाम लोग जब इसे ढूंढ रहे थे, तो बाकायदा आपको बताऊं कि इसके ऊपर चीनी से इसे साफ किया गया, चीनी मंगाई गई और फिर इस पूरे इसको साफ किया गया और तब इसका जो काला स्वरूप है वो निकल करके सामने आया। जितने लोग हैं उनसे मेरी जो बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि इस तरीके का शिवलिंग बनारस में है, लेकिन ऊपर जो रखा हुआ है, अब देखिए इस पर जब हम लोगों ने आईआईटी के जो प्रोफेसर्स थे, आईआईटी के जो अलग अलग विभागों के इंजीनियर थे, उन लोगों से बात की, उनका भी दावा है कि इसके ऊपर फवारे जैसी आकृति बनाई गई है, लेकिन इसे हम नहीं कह सकते। ये कहीं ना कहीं जांच में ही साबित होगा, क्योंकि आने वाले वक्त में अब जब आगे बात बढ़ेगी तो इस बात की।
So thanks Kumar Abhishek for that scoop. Remember, Kumar and our Lucknow team have been working over the last several days, putting this footage together, going through it frame by frame to try and dissect what that footage really contains. And what we want to do is allow those pictures to play themselves out, because there's been so much breathless coverage over the last several weeks. People really ought to have a sense of what that survey really found. And the other thing that the survey has found is markings of the Trishul, which are seen on the walls of the mosque, that led again to the Hindu side claiming that this was a temple earlier. Now these are markings. Now Gaurav, two things could happen. Either these are really deep markings which are 400-year-old, or these could be fresh markings. How does that get established? You're a student of history yourself. What do these markings really show?
So Rahul, several markings. These are not new. These couldn't have been made recently.
How do you know that?
Point one. It's part of the basic structure there. These markings.
Look at that marking on the screen. How do we know it's not a fresh marking done recently, or how do we know it's actually 400, 500 years old?
So that only, if radiocarbon dating is done and archaeologists are brought in and other historical evidence is seen. But look at this Trishul. Now, the survey which was carried out, they haven't called it a Trishul. They've said an object which resembles a Trishul, was also visible. was also visible in that area. But Rahul, it wasn't just a Trishul-like, Akriti or an impression that has been found. There are several others which are traditionally found only in a temple anywhere else, in the country. Whether it's the
No, but the case with the Gyanvapi Mosque is nobody denies that there stood a temple once. Any sensible person, unless they're completely in denial, because even as you walk around the mosque, you can see on one wall especially, and you've been there, I've been there, it 100% looks like a temple. There can be no doubt about it.
So that temple was demolished, and there are many historical evidences, including what is written by Babur's own secretary, that how a temple in 1669 an order was given to demolish a temple, and all of that will be proved or mentioned in a court of law. But these images, according to the Hindu side, Rahul, they tell a very different story. I mean, look at this structure, which is about 4 feet in diameter, and look at this, which is 9 inches by 9 inches, 63 centimeters in depth.
No, but the only thing which is very perplexing is the color. I mean, I am hardly any archaeologist, but the color of the stone at the bottom is different from the color of the stone at the top, which could potentially suggest that the stone on top came later, which is where the fountain is. But these, of course, as I said, we're just putting out, as we see it, the footage that's been put together by the surveyors. This needs to be established in a court of law.
Absolutely.
A judge needs to decide on it. This can't be decided in a television studio, but we're showing you
and this was
what that
submerged
survey
in water,
really shows.
Rahul. All of this was submerged in water at a wazukhana. The water was drained out. Water was drained out of the wazukhana to be able to access this, and only when the water was drained out and a ladder was brought in and these municipal corporation officials were called in, workers were called in, they came in with a brush, because this was submerged in water. It had been under water for a very long time. It was cleaned up. That is when the Hindu side claimed Baba mil gaye, and they claimed that this is the Swayambhu Vishweshwar or Mahadev's Shivling. This is what they've claimed. The Muslim side, Rahul, insists this is a fountain, and one part of it again to be subjected in a court of law, subject to verification in a court of law. This, they're saying, not only was built later, they found some things.
But that should be easy to establish. If you do carbon dating of the stone on top and compare that with what lies below, you should be able to tell which part of the stone is how old.
Absolutely.
So this is not difficult. So this is not just about religion. This can actually be done scientifically. Backed by evidence.
Backed by evidence, corroborative evidence through texts, through accounts from India and accounts from overseas writers, what they've written about this. So all of this can be proven either ways, whether this is a shivling as the Hindu side says, or a fountain that the Muslim side says. And these are images, Rahul. All of this, when this was carried out, it was that videography, that camera, we are told, once it was switched on, it wasn't switched off. This ladder was brought. This is about 33 feet by 33 feet, this entire wazukhana. Water was drained out of this wazukhana. This is about 7 feet 10 inches on the outside. Then this wall, and this is about 5 feet 10 inches on the inside. And this is about 4 feet 2.5 feet is the height of this shivling that's been found. So if it's 2.5 feet and 3 feet of water, that is why it was constantly submerged in water.
Okay, there are markings of the Nandi as well. Again, more evidence of the fact that just before the Mughal emperors came, this used to be a temple. So there are markings of the Nandi. Through that footage, we've been able to access those pictures as well. And there again, as you enter the Gyanvapi Mosque, you can actually see the Nandi. And the question will once again be whether this is more evidence of the fact that this is a temple, or questions about why this wasn't removed. If, for example, there's a Nandi there and the Muslims were trying to hide, Gaurav, the fact that this is a Nandi, they could have just taken the Nandi away and put the Nandi somewhere else.
So the Nandi is about exactly 83 feet and 3 inches away from where the shivling has been found. Traditionally in Hindu culture, Nandi always faces the shivling. We've seen that in Kedarnath, we've seen that in Pashupatinath, we've seen that in various temples. And here you can see there's Nandi, then there is a barricade, and then there is the wazukhana, and then there is the shivling, which is exactly 83 feet and 3 inches away. That's the distance, and that again, Rahul, is one more bit of evidence that the Hindu side claims is proof that from the Nandi to the Shivling, there's one straight line. It just goes on to prove that is where the real Shivling was. Now, of course, it's a matter for courts to decide.
No, so let's go across to Samarth Saxena, because Samarth has the local Hindu petitioner with him as well. And Samarth, the question will be A, how many Trishuls were seen? B, if someone was trying to hide the fact that there is a Trishul there, those markings could possibly have been erased over time. The Nandi could have been removed from there, which wasn't done. So the Muslim petitioners would argue that it's not as if they were trying to hide the fact that this is a temple. This is a temple. It's always earlier been a temple. The question now is whether you change its current status or not. They're not taking away the fact that this used to be a temple.
Well, I'll again go to Harishankar Jain. Harishankar ji, I just got a question from. So, was there any Trishul also found when you were inside?
Yes, Trishul was there. Swastik was there. और जो हिंदू में कमल होता है, मछली का निशान, तो कई निशान थे, अनगिनत निशान भाई. संस्कृत के श्लोक लिखे हुए हैं वहाँ खम्भों पर. अभी जब देखिएगा, जब आपने इसमें देखेंगे तो आप पाएंगे जितना मैं बता रहा हूँ सब कुछ में उससे ज्यादा मिलेगा. जो मछली के निशान है, जो मछली हमारे यहाँ पूजी जाती है, स्वान के निशान है. स्वान तो इस्लाम में हराम है. स्वान के निशान है. स्वान जो सवारी होती है बड़ा भगवान की, भैरव जी की.
तो जब आप लोग को ये सब चीजें दिखी,
शंकर जैन से
तो
ये
वहाँ पर
पूछिए
जो मुस्लिम
समर कि कोई ये थोड़ी कह रहा है कि ये टेम्पल नहीं था. जितने भी मुस्लिम पक्षधर हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे टेम्पल था, लेकिन इस वक्त टेम्पल हटा के एक मॉस्क बनाया गया और आज की तारीख में वहाँ पे एक मस्जिद है. अब सवाल यह है कि ये मस्जिद ही रहेगा या इस मस्जिद को दोबारा मंदिर बनाया जाएगा. किसी ने ये भी नहीं कहा कि ये मंदिर था, उस मंदिर को तोड़ा गया, वहाँ मस्जिद बनाया गया. ये तो वास्तविकता है.
एक सवाल ये है हरिशंकर जी कि ये तो कई लोग मान रहे हैं कि पहले वहां पर मंदिर था, फिर मस्जिद हुआ. सवाल ये है अब क्या अब जो मस्जिद बना है उसको आप लोग मंदिर के उसमें करना चाहते हैं?
पहले इस बात को बड़े शांति से और ध्यान से इसको दिमाग बैठा लीजिए सब कोई. अगर मंदिर तोड़ के मस्जिद बनाई गई है तो मस्जिद नहीं होती. आप उसको मस्जिद मान ही नहीं सकते. न हिंदू लॉ के हिसाब से मस्जिद मानी जाएगी, न मुस्लिम लॉ के हिसाब से मस्जिद मानी जाएगी. भाई आखिर कहीं ना कहीं लॉ प्रिवेल करेगा. पर्सनल प्रिवेल करेगा, हिंदू लॉ, मुस्लिम लॉ, या संविधान प्रिवेल करेगा. कहीं तो लॉ से चलेंगे आप. ये तो है कि चित भी मेरी, पट भी मेरी, जो चाहे वो कर लूँ. आप पहले मुस्लिम लॉ ले लीजिए. मुस्लिम लॉ में साफ लिखा हुआ है, और कोई मुस्लिम स्कॉलर ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड और हिंदुस्तान में तो एक नहीं 50 बार ताल ठोक ठोक के कहा है, बड़े शान से कहते हैं कि साहब हम लोग ऐसा काम नहीं करते. जहाँ मंदिर हो उसको, या कोई धर्म स्थान उसको तोड़ के हम नहीं बना सकते. वहाँ नमाज हराम है या मस्जिद नहीं बन सकती. बात को हर आदमी मानता है. अगर चिन्ह मिलता है कि मंदिर तोड़ के बनाई गई, तब क्यों ये लोग जितनी मीठी मीठी वो आइडियोलॉजिकल बात करते हैं पीछे हट जाते हैं. हिंदू लॉ के हिसाब देख लीजिए, अगर एक बार संपत्ति देवता में निहित हो गई तो दोबारा देवता में से वापस कभी नहीं दी जा सकती. वो देवता की जब तक कयामत के दिन तक, यानी जब तक सृष्टि रहेगी तब तक संपत्ति उसकी रहेगी.
तो आपने जब ये दलील कोर्ट पे रखी तो जवाब क्या है?
1 मिनट बता रहा हूँ. एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि मस्जिद बनने के लिए प्रॉपर्टी का वक्फ होना जरूरी है. और वक्फ तब होगी जबकि वाकिफ की होगी. वाकिफ मतलब कोई ना कोई उसका मालिक होगा. वो अल्लाह को समर्पित करेगा, डेडिकेट करेगा. तो या तो डेडिकेट हुई नहीं, क्योंकि प्रॉपर्टी हिंदू की थी, मंदिर की थी. तो अगर ये साबित होता है कि मंदिर की प्रॉपर्टी
इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ लॉ बाय हरिशंकर जैन, एंड बिकॉज इफ दैट होल्ड्स ट्रू फॉर गौरव द काशी विश्वनाथ Gyanvapi Mosque, then it holds true for so many other temples, because it is a reality of India that the Mughal emperors came, many Hindu temples were desecrated and mosques were built over it, as was earlier the case with Buddhist temples when Hindu rulers came. It's just been a part of India's history. That's a reality. The question now is, what do we do to change it? Because हरिशंकर जैन जी, अभी जो आप समर्थ को बता रहे थे, वो तो फिर इतने मंदिरों पर वही चीज़ लागू होती है कि पहले वहाँ पे मंदिर था, फिर मस्जिद बनाया गया. आप आज की तारीख में देखिए, हम लोग खुद वहां पे गए हैं ज्ञानव्यापी मस्जिद में, वो तो साफ है कि उस एक ज़माने में वहां पे मंदिर था। अब सवाल ये है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 एग्जिस्ट करता है। आज ही शाम को हम लोग बीजेपी की एक हाई टीम में थे जिसमें सरकार के तमाम वरिष्ठ मंत्री थे, उनसे सवाल पूछा गया कि क्या कानून को बदलने के बारे में आप लोग विचार कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा नहीं, 1991 का जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट है वो जैसा है वैसा ही रहेगा। ऐसे में वास्तविकता में आज की तारीख में तो वहां पे एक मस्जिद है, तो आप क्या मस्जिद के स्टेटस को बदलकर एक बार फिर से आप उसको मंदिर करना चाहते हैं?
देखिए राहुल जी, देश की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है कोई सच्चाई जानना नहीं चाहता और सब लोग बुज़दिल और कायर बने हुए हैं। अगर एक बार मंदिर तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई गई तो मस्जिद हो ही नहीं सकती। जो एक्ट में जिस एक्ट की आप बात कर रहे हैं उसमें वर्ड मास्क है। मास्क का मतलब होता है जो मास्क वैलिड रूप में बनी हो। अगर मंदिर को तोड़कर कोई मस्जिद बनाई जाती है तो मस्जिद हो ही नहीं सकती, उसको मस्जिद का रूप दे नहीं सकते। वहाँ पर सेक्शन 4 लागू ही नहीं होगा क्योंकि मस्जिद नहीं है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो धार्मिक स्वरूप है, रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर है, वो कभी नहीं बदलता। मंदिर का रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर अगर एक बार इस्टेब्लिश हो गया तो वो रहेगा। तीसरी बात, बीजेपी और नो बीजेपी, गवर्नमेंट और नो गवर्नमेंट, चाहे जिसकी गवर्नमेंट हो, गवर्नमेंट से हिंदू माइथोलॉजी नहीं चलेगी। हिंदू माइथोलॉजी के हिसाब चलेगी। अगर बीजेपी नहीं करती, न करे, पब्लिक में दम होगा तो पब्लिक ऐसे कानून को, काले कानून को अपने वोट की ताकत से बदलवा देगी। बदलना पड़ेगा और नहीं बदला जाएगा और न्यायालय में चैलेंज है, ये न्यायालय से वैध होगा।
पर जब अयोध्या का फैसला आया था हरिशंकर जी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, तब जजेस ने कहा था, तब संघ ने कहा था कि अब इसके आगे हम आंदोलन को नहीं लेके जाएंगे क्योंकि समाज में जो घाव है उसको भरने दिया जाए। इस तरह तो कई सारे मंदिर हैं, मस्जिद है जहां पर ये विवाद है, जगह जगह पे हम देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह के दावे ठोके जा रहे हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा कि अब अयोध्या में बहुत भव्य भगवान राम का एक मंदिर बन रहा है, इसको यहीं पे रहने दिया जाए। ये जो इतिहास के जख्म हैं इन्हें ना कुरेदा जाए।
देखिए, इतिहास के जख्म को कुरेदने की बात नहीं है, इतिहास के जख्म को भरने की बात है। जख्म कुरेदना और जख्म भरना दोनों अलग अलग चीजें हैं। हिंदुओं के ऊपर इतने जुल्म हुए हैं, उस जुल्म को भरने की जरूरत है और जुल्म तब भरे जाएंगे जबकि जो हिंदू मंदिर थे वो वापस होंगे। और मैं बतला दूं, संघ हो या कोई भी हो, संघ को मैं मानता हूं, संघ हमारी मातृ संस्था है, संघ की इज्जत करता हूं, पर संघ 100 करोड़ हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को ठेस अगर चाहेगी पहुंचा दे तो संघ में नहीं पहुंचा सकता। आज का हिंदू अपने ऊपर खड़ा हुआ है, देश में वोट की ताकत हमारे हाथ में है। आप बताइए, ये क्या सवाल है कि साहब डर के मारे आप छोड़ दीजिए? ये तो लालचनेस की बात हो गई कि हमने जबरदस्ती आपकी प्रॉपर्टी पर कब्जा कर लिया और बोलेंगे तो हम दंगा कर देंगे। ये तो कोई बात नहीं होती। और आप जब कुरेदिए मत, मैं कहता हूँ जग में भरिए, मत कुरेदिए।
गौरव, आपसे सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं हरिशंकर जी।
जबकि हमारे मंदिर हमको वापस हो।
जी, लेकिन एक बात बताइए हरिशंकर जैन जी, आपकी ये जो मुहिम है, क्या ये केवल काशी और मथुरा तक सीमित रहेगी या भोजशाला? और उसके बाद कहा तो ये जाता है कि 30 से 40 हजार ऐसे मंदिर हैं जिनको तोड़कर उन पर मस्जिदें बनाई गई। आपकी मुहिम ये और लंबी चलेगी?
देखिए, मुहिम मेरी बड़ी साफ है और हिंदुस्तान के 100 करोड़ हिंदू इस बात पर साथ हैं, नौजवान साथ हैं कि हमको अपनी अस्मिता वापस लेनी है। हम सड़कों पर नहीं आएंगे, हम आंदोलन नहीं करेंगे, पर न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के द्वारा हमको हमारा अधिकार मिलना चाहिए। और अगर कोई कानून बीच में आता है तो संसद को उस कानून को बदलना पड़ेगा। अगर संसद नहीं बदलती तो हम ऐसे सांसद चुनेंगे जो उस कानून को बदल दें। नंबर 2, जो आपने हजारों वाली बात कही, हजार नहीं लाखों, जहां जहां सबूत मिलेगा कि हिंदू मंदिर तोड़कर इसको किसी दूसरे धर्म में परिवर्तित करने की कोशिश की गई है। मैं साफ शब्दों में कहता हूँ, उन सब के खिलाफ मुकदमा दाखिल होगा। सबूत नहीं मिलेगा तो उसको नहीं छुएंगे, सबूत मिलेगा तभी छेड़ेंगे, वरना छुएंगे भी नहीं। और अगर सबूत मिलता है तो वो तो अस्मिता की बात है, क्योंकि हिंदू लॉ कहता है साफ साफ कि अगर मंदिर एक बार स्थापित हो गई, एक बार मंदिर देवता की हो गई, तो सृष्टि के अंत तक वो मंदिर ईश्वर की ही रहेगी, उसको कोई नहीं ले सकता है।
अच्छा हरिशंकर जी, मुझे ये बताइए,
मुसलमानों में कहा जाता है
कि अगर कहीं पर ये छिपाने की कोशिश की जा रही होती कि ज्ञानव्यापी में पहले एक मंदिर था, तो वहाँ पे जो नंदी विराजमान है, या फिर ये जो खुद शिवलिंग है जो तस्वीरों में आज दिख रहा है इंडिया टुडे के कैमरे पे, वो तो वहाँ से हटा के कहीं और कर दिया गया होता। मुस्लिम पक्षधर ये कहेंगे ना कि हम लोग तो इसको छिपाने की, ये तो हम लोगों का जो इतिहास है उसका हिस्सा है कि वहाँ पे एक मंदिर था, इसीलिए इसको कभी हटाने की कोशिश नहीं की गई। वो जो त्रिशूल के निशान है उनको तो मिटाया जा सकता था, उनके ऊपर पेंटिंग हो सकती थी, दीवार भरी जा सकती थी। उन्होंने कहा कि हमने तो इसे कभी हटाने की, छिपाने की, मिटाने की कोशिश ही नहीं की।
देखिए, ये बात जो आप कह रहे हैं, थोड़ा मुझको इस पर हंसी आ रही है।
जी जी,
क्योंकि तो हास्यास्पद बात है। तो फिर आप मान रहे हैं कि मंदिर तोड़ के और उस पर मस्जिद बनाई, तो क्यों कहते हो कि हमारा धर्म बड़ा साफ है, हमारे धर्म में कभी किसी की तोड़ते नहीं है, हम तो बड़े।
पर सर मुझे ये बताइए, जब पहले
हम
महाराज बुद्ध थे और जब अशोका एम्पायर था, कई सारे बुद्धिस्ट टेम्पल्स थे, उसके बाद हिंदू राजा आए, उन्होंने भी कई सारे बुद्धिस्ट सेंटर्स ऑफ लर्निंग को, टेम्पल्स को, मॉनेस्ट्रीज को डिस्ट्रॉय करके उनकी जगह टेम्पल्स बनाए। मीडिएवल हिस्ट्री का तो ये हिस्सा है, ये कोई ब्रेकिंग न्यूज नहीं है उस तरीके से कि ऐसा हुआ, ये तो हम लोगों का लिखा हुआ इतिहास का हिस्सा है।
ना सर माफ कीजिएगा।
जी जी,
हिंदू और बौद्ध हमेशा एक रहे हैं, उनमें विभेद मत डालिए। हम लोगों ने जो भी पूर्व काल में जो भी मतभेद थे या मनभेद थे, दोनों मिटा दिए। आज हिंदू और बौद्ध एक दूसरे।
सर वो तो आप बोल रहे हैं ना, अब कोई बुद्धिस्ट खड़ा हो गया, वो बोले कि यहाँ पे मेरी मॉनेस्ट्री होती थी, अब ये टेम्पल है। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये लुके, आप कह रहे हैं ना, क्योंकि आप हिंदू हैं, आप कह रहे हैं अब कोई बुद्धिस्ट प्रीस्ट खड़ा हो गया या कोई बुद्धिस्ट रिलीजन में विश्वास करने वाला खड़ा हो गया, वो बोलता है कि यहाँ पे था, वो हकीकत है कि वहां पे एक टाइम पे मॉनेस्ट्री थी।
जो लोग हिंदू अस्मिता से खिलवाड़ करना चाहते हैं, वो हिंदू बौद्ध जैन सिख को लड़ाते हैं। हिंदू बौद्ध जैन सिख हमेशा से एक धारा में रहे, उनमें कोई विभेद नहीं है। रहा भी होगा तो हम लोग सुलझा लिया है। बात सीधे सीधे जब से इस्लाम का शासन आया है 1192 से लगातार आज तक जो अन्याय हुआ है उसकी बात कर रहे हैं। किसी बौद्ध से हमारी कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। और 12 देश जो बौद्धों के हैं वो हिंदुओं के साथ हैं। आज बर्मा में जो हो रहा है, म्यांमार में, वो क्या है? क्यों वहां से रिफ्यूजी चले आ रहे हैं यहाँ? आज थाईलैंड हमको मान रहा है, कंबोडिया हमको मानता है, लाओस हमको मानता है। सब जगह भगवान राम की संस्कृति पूजी जा रही है। कुछ एक ऐसे तत्व हैं जो हिंदू और बौद्धों को लड़ाना चाहते हैं, भूल जाइए।
ठीक है, I hear what you're saying. He is the Hindu petitioner, his son and the father both have been leading this case, and it's important to listen to what Harishankar Jain is saying because he also reflects the voice of the section of society which wants to change the status of a mosque to a temple. This goes against the law of the land as it stands at this moment, but the government allowing these proceedings to play themselves out in court, letting a judge decide rather than trying to tinker with the law, because while it is explosive and he says that we've got votes behind us, if this demand is raised in every city and every town, as it could be given the number of temples which were turned in, which were later turned into mosques, this could be problematic from a law and order perspective. But you're seeing this footage for the first time. There's been so much chatter around the footage, which is why, Gaurav, it is significant to bring this footage out, and that is clearly the most important part. On your screen right now, you're seeing the Shivling, and right on top a different colored stone, and what will need to be explored is whether that stone on top was put later and whether it is separate from the structure at the bottom. And these things can be done through rigorous scientific experiments and through testing. It doesn't need to be just a claim.
No, in fact, the Hindu side has filed another petition, Rahul. They want, and they say that it's not just 4 feet. They say that there is a little passage, there's a narrow passage that leads into a basement, tehkhana, and that has been walled up. and that walling up, even the report says the bricks and the cementing on those walls are different from the bricks and the cementing all around. So they say, what is behind those walls? Is this a shivling that extends all the way down to the basement? Is this that gigantic shivling that they say, the Hindu Paksh insists, the Hindu side insists that it's a gigantic shivling, and when that wall is removed, you will see the real size of the shivling. Now it's for the courts to decide whether on the basis of this petition, will they permit those walls to be taken down and an investigation carried out for either side to be able to prove their claim. Because if there is an inlet, if there is a water inlet, it's not visible in this 4.5 feet. If there is a water inlet, is it below that? Does it come from below that? And if the water inlet is below the surface, does water actually go down, Rahul? Those are the points that the Hindu side has been raising to question this aspect about this structure being a fountain. In fact, they say that something that was built here, this shape, they found something there which the Hindu side claims the Muslim side tried to remove, and the alert CRPF stopped them.
कुमार
That
अभिषेक
too is a matter of investigation.
हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं कि कोर्ट में अब इसके बाद अगला कदम क्या है। ये तस्वीरें हमारे पास हैं, एक समर ब्रेक भी होने वाली है, तो इसके बाद कोर्टरूम में अगला कदम क्या रहने वाला है इस केस में?
देखिए राहुल, सबसे पहले तो इन लोगों ने आज, जो हिंदू पक्ष के लोग हैं, इन लोगों ने आज अपना वो दिखाया है कि भाई हमारे पास ये वीडियो हमारे पास से लीक नहीं हुआ, कल ये लोग कोर्ट जाएंगे। लेकिन आज सुनवाई जो है अब वो 4 जुलाई तक के लिए टल गई है, और 4 जुलाई को अब जब शुरुआत होगी तो ये समझ लीजिए कि जो बहस इस वक्त चल रही है, जो मुस्लिम पक्ष ने बहस रखी है कि मेंटेनेबिलिटी का जो मामला है वो मेंटेनेबल नहीं है ये केस, अब इस पर बहुत सीरियस बहस छिड़ेगी, क्योंकि मुस्लिम पक्ष लगातार बहस कर रहा है और वो इस मामले को यहीं पे कहता है कि ये मामला खत्म होना चाहिए, क्योंकि 1991 का जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट है उसके तहत ये कवर नहीं होता है, ये बार्ड है। और अब जबकि इतने फुटेज सामने आ गए हैं, रिपोर्ट जो लिखी हुई रिपोर्ट है 12-14 पन्ने की, जो कि कमिश्नर ने रिपोर्ट दी है, उस रिपोर्ट के साथ साथ फुटेज और तस्वीरें सबकी सब सामने आ गई हैं। ऐसे में अब जो हिंदू पक्ष है वो बहुत ही आसानी से अपनी दलीलें देने वाला है। 4 जुलाई को अगली डेट पड़ी है राहुल, और 4 जुलाई को फिर मुस्लिम पक्ष अपनी दलील रखेगा, लेकिन 5 जुलाई 6 जुलाई जब हिंदू पक्ष को वक्त मिलेगा तो अपनी दलीलों के साथ इन तमाम जो फोटोग्राफ्स, जो चीज़ें अब सार्वजनिक हो रही हैं, दिखाई दे रही हैं, इनका जिक्र भी आएगा। और मुझे लगता है 1 महीने का जो वक्त है, इसमें पता नहीं किस तरीके का जनमानस ये है जो तैयार होगा। कहीं ना कहीं ये जो अदालत है, अब 4 और 8 तारीख को जो सुनवाई है उस पर सबकी नजर रहेगी। आगे इसी की बात होगी कि आखिर ये जो फुटेज मिले, ये जो रिपोर्ट आई है, ये क्या और कहती है, क्या ये सचमुच एस्टैब्लिश करती है कि ये कोई पुराना मंदिर था। वैसे अगर इतिहासकारों की मान लें तो इतिहासकार मानते हैं कि मंदिर है, उसे ध्वंस करके उस पर मस्जिद बनाई गई है।
I'm going to leave it over there. Kumar Abhishek, as a reporter, compliments to you and your team for scooping that video for us. But as a viewer and as a citizen, we don't want to tell you what to think. We've laid out the evidence. The story is being tracked all across the country. This videographic evidence, a critical part of that story. We've put it out for you as reporters, as journalists. We don't tell you what side to take. We leave it to you to decide what you think makes the most amount of sense, which side of this argument you really want to come out on. I want to show you though what happened in court and give you a sense of the proceedings as they played themselves out inside where it matters most, the courtroom.
Fierce battle of faith in Varanasi, in national glare. Decades-old controversy between a temple and a mosque. Gyanvapi Mosque Kashi Vishwanath controversy first entered into the courts in 1991 when Hindu priests moved a city court. But it took nearly 2 decades for the case to gain momentum. A fresh plea was filed in August 2021 for a survey at the mosque premises believed to contain the ruins of a temple. Then 5 women petitioners moved the court with one common plea: allow puja at the Gyanvapi complex.
हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि हमारे बाबा वहाँ से आजाद हो, उनका पूरा जो शिवलिंग है वो अच्छे से जो है कि जैसे मंदिर में होता है उस तरह हो, मलबा वहाँ से साफ हो, वहाँ से दीवार हटाई जाए ताकि गौरव और शिव दोनों साथ हो।
On 6th of May, a survey of the masjid on a lower court's order began. Soon, reports of the survey findings began making the rounds. The Hindu side claimed a Shivling, a lotus motif, Damaru, Trishul symbols associated with Lord Shiva, and more signs of the Sanatan culture were videographed in the mosque complex. On the last day of the survey, the Hindu side claimed vindication.
वहाँ पे शिवलिंग प्राप्त हुआ जो 4 फीट ऊंचाई है और उसका व्यास 12 फीट है और ये वजूखाने के मध्य में प्राप्त हुआ है।
सभी मेरी नहीं, मैं सबकी कह रहा हूँ, सबकी परिकल्पना से कहीं अधिक बहुत कुछ है।
The Muslim side was quick to reject the claims of the Hindu religious symbols being discovered during the survey.
कुछ नहीं मिला, कुछ नहीं मिला, कुछ नहीं मिला। हाँ, सर्वे से संतुष्ट हैं, बिल्कुल संतुष्ट हैं। शिवलिंग नहीं मिला, नहीं मिला, नहीं मिला। साफ इंकार है, बिल्कुल साफ इंकार। कार्रवाई समाप्त हो चुकी है माना जाए। हाँ,
अरे भाई तो वो कह रहे हैं, उनकी बात सुन लीजिए, ये अदालत तय करेगी।
As the warring continued, the country's top court on 20th May transferred the case from the lower court to the Varanasi district court judge. Varanasi district court began hearing first the mosque panel plea that questioned the maintainability of the Hindu side's case. The mosque committee is seeking the dismissal of the Hindu petitioner's suit for the unhindered right to worship at the Shringar Gauri Sthal inside the masjid complex. It has also rubbished the claims of a Shivling being found on the premises. With both sides high on faith, all eyes will now be set on the district court, which will hear the matter on 30th May. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so the court's gone into recess. It will resume in early July. I like it how these judges get this long, nice summer break. They get a winter break. Like, we barely get a few days off, but anyway, some of the perks, and then also all the stress of having to come up with some kind of an order which is being tracked so closely across the country. So we've just played out images for the first time on India Today television from that survey which has been spoken of so much. Images which show you the Shivling that's been spoken of, the fountain right on top, which is where the water is coming out from. The Muslim side claims the whole structure is the fountain. The Hindu side says it was superimposed on top. That's something that can be looked at through carbon dating to see if it's the same era or is it put later. We'll keep tracking this. Gaurav Sawant will have a lot more on this on his show at 10 p.m. tonight. We're slipping into a break. I'll have more for you when we come back on the other side. Stay with us. Back in a moment.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Sidhu Moosewala's murder has put the spotlight on the gangs of Punjab. Moosewala's family and friends have confirmed that the singer was getting threats from gangsters. At the center of this gang war is a character named Lawrence Bishnoi, currently lodged in Delhi's Tihar jail. He's the prime suspect in Moosewala's murder, but he's not the only one. What we're going to do now is decode the gang rivalry that led to Moosewala's killing.
May, Jawar ke village, Mansa, Punjab. While glorifying the guns and gangster culture in his songs, Sidhu Moosewala would have never imagined that one day he would fall prey to gangsters himself. Sources say before Sidhu Moosewala was killed, he'd received a call from the gangsters advising him to mend his ways. But Moosewala had ignored the threats, saying he too was equipped with weapons.
इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग के।
A gang war that spread across Punjab, Delhi's Tihar jail, and across 7 seas to Canada. At the center of this gang war is this group of men led by Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi, prime suspect. Lawrence Bishnoi is currently lodged in the high security ward of Tihar Central Jail. A resident of Firozpur, his gang is active in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Professional shooters are also a part of Bishnoi's gang. Kala Jathedi, Bishnoi's crime partner. Lawrence Bishnoi's partner in crime is Sandeep alias Kala Jathedi, Delhi's most wanted gangster who carried a reward of 7 lakh rupees when he was arrested in July last year. Apart from Delhi police, Jathedi was wanted by Haryana, Rajasthan and Punjab police for his alleged involvement in several cases of murder, extortion and other heinous crimes. Jathedi's name also came up following the Chhatrasal Stadium assault and murder in which two-time Olympic medalist and world champion wrestler Sushil Kumar was arrested. Sushil Kumar was associated with Jathedi, but the two fell out. Vicky Midhu Kheda, Bishnoi aide, shot dead in August 2021. The trigger for Sidhu Moosewala's killing was allegedly the murder of Vicky Midhu Kheda. Vicky was also a big name in the Punjabi music industry and was shot dead in August last year. Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet's name had figured in that murder. Goldie Brar, gangster, currently in Canada. Goldie Brar, a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi, currently in Canada,
has also claimed responsibility for Moosewala's murder. Goldie has also claimed that apart from Vicky Midukera's killing, Sidhu Moosewala was also behind the murder of his brother Gurlal Brar, but has survived on the strength of his contacts and influence. The Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility for murdering Sidhu Moosewala, claiming that Vicky Midukera was their brother and they have now avenged his death. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
One conspiracy theory doing the rounds is that all these instances of violence in Punjab ever since Bhagwant Man's government came to power are somehow interconnected and linked to a diabolical plot to try and bring back the spectre of violence of Khalistan in Punjab. The thinking at this moment at the highest levels in government is that these are unconnected instances. It's unfortunate what's happening, but it's not as if there's a line that connects these dots. We will track this story very carefully. I'm slipping into a break. Rajdeep Sardesai has a lot more on the Moosewala killing on the other side of a quick break when he comes back with his show News Today. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here on the News Track team, goodbye, good night.
On a daily basis, thousands of oil spills occur worldwide in the oceans, causing oil pollution. This oil pollution in the oceans can have a disastrous effect on marine life. Most people don't realize how serious the problem is until there's a major incident at sea, such as a tanker spill or an oil rig explosion. Oil slicks have the potential to kill seabirds and marine animals such as seals as they drift towards the coast. Although only 10% of global marine oil population is caused by spills of this nature, the majority is generated by everyday maritime traffic such as illegal dumping and tank cleaning, as well as onshore industrial activities. The environmental impact varies depending on location. Deep sea spills are typically smarter and easier to clean up. The oil sinks as it becomes denser, is broken down and destroyed by bacteria. Oil slicks on a rocky coast or exposed beach can have a significant impact on marine ecosystems, and they can take up to a year for wave action to clear away. This oil pollution is also extremely harmful to coral reefs. Coral regeneration can take up to 10 years and is often irreversible. And pollution in mangroves or on sandbanks can cause long-term damage that lasts more than 20 years.
During the pandemic, a new billionaire was minted every 30 hours, and now in 2022, every 33 hours, 1 million people are falling into extreme poverty.
Is it time to tax the billionaire club? The pandemic crushed economies, and we can already see its effects on many countries. What you didn't see is that the pandemic created billionaires. The Oxfam report shows that at the rate of 1 every 30 hours, 573 people became new billionaires during the pandemic. On the contrary, Oxfam says that they expect at least 263 million people will crash into extreme poverty at the rate of 1 million people every 33 hours.
Pandemic hit very differently depending on who you were, what country you were in. But things, for example, like vaccine access made a huge difference. So the rich world got vaccines very early on, and most low-income countries still only have 15% rate vaccinations, and that has had implications on health, but also on social and economic consequences.
The pandemic was where the rich grew richer and the poor poorer. In fact, it's surprising that billionaires' wealth has risen more in 24 months of the pandemic than it ever did in 23 years combined. Oxfam said that decades of progress towards reducing poverty is now in reverse. The food shortage is a huge growing concern in many countries.
We see all these problems, this crisis happening, multiple levels of crisis, and it can seem overwhelming. But what we're saying is there's a message of hope in the sense there is money. It's not well distributed. So there are measures that can reduce this inequality. So taxation at low percentages, we're talking 2% for millionaires going up to 5%. And with that, we can raise enough money to address these deep social problems.
The world is reeling through the pandemic and facing challenges that come with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So is it now time to tax the rich to support the less fortunate?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, Stay Wild at Heart. Powered by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, Roz Khao Ande.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Monday night, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Was he a Supari victim? Was he a victim of a gang war that's breaking out in Punjab today? That's going to be the big story we're going to be tracking. Also, we'll have a special with the UPSC Civil Service Examination toppers. Ankita Agarwal, Gamini Singla will be joining me here tonight. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9. The Enforcement Directorate arrests the Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain for an alleged connection to Hawala transactions linked to a Kolkata-based company. AAP accuses the BJP of vendetta politics. Jain is the first senior AAP minister now to face these charges and be jailed. Day after the famous Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder in broad daylight, Punjab police detained one suspect in Dehradun. The Man government, under pressure, appoints a judicial commission, promises that they will find out who the murderers were. India Today accesses full 8-hour footage of the Gyanvapi Mosque Survey, latest and clearest video of claimed Shivling in the survey tapes. The Varanasi court now defers hearing till the first week of July. Anger builds within a section of the Congress over loyalists making it to Rajya Sabha, while others claim, like actor Nagma, saying Sonia Gandhi backtracked on an 18-year-old pledge to give her a Rajya Sabha seat. Ally JMM denies Congress request to give it an additional seat from Jharkhand. Chaos and brawl after ink thrown at farmer leader Rakesh Tikait at a Bengaluru briefing. People seen throwing chairs at each other. Police detained 3 people. UPSC results declared. Women lead the toppers list. All India ranks 1, 2 and 3, bagged by Shruti Sharma, Ankita Agarwal and Gamini Singla. Rainfall lashes Delhi, NCR and surrounding areas, accompanied with strong winds and hailstorm reported in some places. Trees uprooted, traffic stalls in many areas. And Gujarat Titans receive a rousing reception post the IPL 2022 maiden win. Players felicitated by the Gujarat Chief Minister after an open-top bus parade in Ahmedabad. And a shocking incident from Paris. Man dressed as an old woman smears cake on Mona Lisa portrait. Video breaks the internet. But first, the news that's breaking at this moment. India Today has accessed the full 8-hour-long, completely unedited footage of the survey that was conducted just a week ago on May 14, 15, 16 at the contentious Gyanvapi Mosque. This is the footage where reportedly it is claimed there is a Shivling inside the Gyanvapi Mosque along with markings of Trishuls on the wall. It is this Shivling that eventually led to a dispute that took the matter to the Supreme Court, which has now handed it back to the Varanasi court to first decide on the maintainability of the suit. Remember, the Hindu side and the Hindu petitioners in the case have insisted that they should be allowed access to be at the Shivling, even as the area in and around it has been barred for namaz, while the mosque itself has allowed people to enter and continue with namaz. I'm joined by Samar Srivastava. He joined me. Samar, this comes on a day when the entire issue of the maintainability of the suit still persists before the Varanasi court. This survey report will be an important element before the court, but give us a sense of what the judges have been saying so far on the controversy and what happens next now that this survey report is out.
See, what judges are clearly saying are in a vision, because they have not contended that it's a Shivling or a Shah. But what is important is what the Harishankar Jain has said and what Vishnu Jain said and what Muslim side is saying, because Muslim side is keeping on saying that it is not a Shivling, it's a fountain, while the Hindu side claims that it's a Shivling. And I have been joined by one of the petitioners, the first petitioner in this Shringar Gauri case, Ms. Ranjana Agnihotri. I'll try to speak to him and get what was there. Ranjana, you went inside during the survey and you must be seeing on India Today TV the footages. After seeing the footages, what first thought coming to your mind?
The first thought came in my mind that it is a Shivling, which I think it is a black basalt Shivling, and it is very, very precious stone. And Shivling is lying since more than 300 years beneath the water, in which people of Muslim community are taking bath, wazu, etc. So many things. So we are very much hurt. Our sentiments are very much hurt. Our Arad is lying like this. And I filed first suit on behalf of Mata Shringar Gauri, which is numbered as 350 of 2021. It was filed on 18th February 2021, in which entire area of Avimukteshwar Kshetra has been claimed for declaration for title and for darshan puja of Mata Shringar Gauri. It is very relevant to mention here that we were praying for Mata Shringar Gauri and Baba came out.
But Ranjana, in your suit, you mentioned that it will be about the Shringar Gauri, regarding the prayers around Shringar Gauri. There was no mention of Shivling at all. But when you saw that Shivling, what that case deviated or it got strengthened?
No. My suit, which was numbered as 350 of 2021, in which it was already mentioned Mata Shringar Gauri through next friend Ranjana Agnihotri and Bhagwan Adi Vishweshwar. Means we have already mentioned in our plaint that there is a Shivling just before the Nandi who is Virajman.
You have mentioned that in the report?
Yes, exactly. My suit, exactly in our suit, which is numbered as 350 of 2021. It is title suit and declaration and for restraining the Muslims to enter in the premises.
But Muslims are claiming that it's a shower. How you like saying, because there's one object?
You know.
Okay. So Rajdeep, she was Ranjana and she was saying that in her suit, because she was the first petitioner of the Shringar Gauri case, that she mentioned about that particular Nandi face towards Shivling. But what is evident that the entire case has been adjourned till July 4, and now as the footages have come out, Hindu side is saying that it will strengthen their part, because number one, it will hit the sentiments. Number two, they'll be able to give objection in the report submitted by Vishal Singh, Special Advocate Commissioner, on the basis of these video footages.
In any case, the next hearing is on the 4th of July, you said. So the next legal battle, in a sense, will be on the 4th of July. The political battle will continue as these images are put out. I also want to say the judge very clearly said that those who've leaked the video will be fined 3,000 rupees. Now we have to see who the judge is willing to fine. The tapes are now spreading across channels, and those tapes will be an important part of the judicial hearing that takes place in 5 weeks from now. Let's turn from there to the other story that's breaking this evening. The Enforcement Directorate a short while ago has arrested Delhi's Health Minister Satyendra Jain in a money laundering case. The Enforcement Directorate claims Jain was arrested for an alleged connection to Hawala transactions linked to a Kolkata-based company. The Aam Aadmi Party has alleged vendetta by the BJP, accusing them of using the Enforcement Directorate and the arrest to block Jain's visit to Himachal Pradesh, where he is the main party observer as the polls are there later this year. But the ED says it's been interrogating and investigating this case now for more than 2 years. So that is the latest that's coming in at the moment. Aam Aadmi Party calling the case against Satyendra Jain Farzi, even as the Delhi Health Minister has been arrested. So Delhi's Health Minister arrested a short while ago this evening over allegations of money laundering. That's the big headline that's coming in at the moment. Their ED action, according to the Aam Aadmi Party, is to stop Jain's arrest. The shots at the left of your screen are live shot that you're getting at the moment of the Enforcement Directorate office where Satyendra Jain has been taken. He's likely to be taken into ED custody, and we will wait and see what happens next in that case. Okay, let's move on from there to the next story. It is the story which has now captured the imagination of the country because it brings to light the links that exist between politics and gangsterism. Punjabi singer politician Sidhu Moosewala's murder on Sunday has already seen plenty of twists and turns, from the shocking revelation of a Supari killing to the potential involvement of a notorious gang and the possibility that the singer himself was connected to gangsters. Top Punjab police sources revealing to India Today that 6 people have been detained for questioning and have been picked up based on their links with the notorious Lawrence Bishnoi gang in Punjab. But why was a singer politician who had joined the Congress in November tangled with the gangsters? It's our other big story today.
A gruesome murder that has shocked the nation. Popular Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala killed in cold blood, opening a can of worms in Punjab. Moosewala's bereaved father wrote a letter to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann seeking a thorough CBI and NIA investigation. The father also sought a public apology from Punjab's DGP for downgrading Sidhu's security. India Today accessed the copy of Moosewala's father's FIR, which reveals that Sidhu received multiple threats from gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. The father in the FIR claimed that the gang threat led to the singer buying a bulletproof SUV, which he chose not to drive on the fateful day. The father, who was tailing Moosewala with 2 security persons, fearing for his life, saw his Thar SUV being intercepted by a Corolla sedan, and men from a Bolero SUV opening fire before fleeing.
The vehicle which was being used by the attackers is a Bolero car having number DL10CT0196, and as per the inputs what we are getting from the police sources is that the number plate which is being used in this car is a fake number plate. While let me show you the visuals of this Bolero car, in which you can see that inside the car there is a number plate of Punjab PB05 AP6114. So it clearly seems that the attackers have already done a recce and they already had the information that Sidhu Moosewala would be leaving without his security cover and without his bulletproof car.
Top Punjab police sources revealed to India Today that several suspects linked to Lawrence Bishnoi gang have been detained for questioning.
Investigation is on. No more information on this currently. Have we detained any person right now? You let the investigation go on. We'll come back to you when we have to. Thank you.
Any sort of gangster involved in this? Any person named involved right now?
We can't name anybody right now, but surely there's a conspiracy.
The probe further reveals that the vehicle used for Sidhu's murder had fake number plates. A pistol recovered from Moosewala's bullet-ridden car has been sent for forensic investigation.
You can see that officials from the forensic department are trying to take measurements of the bullet marks. They're trying to take the remnants of the cartridges that have been recovered from inside the Thar vehicle in which Sidhu Moosewala was gunned down. These are the remnants that have been recovered. The forensic team is now looking in at, and they are taking the exact size of the bullet marks.
Moosewala family says that cut in the singer's security by the Aam Aadmi Party government was deliberately leaked to gangsters. The Punjab High Court has now asked the state government why sensitive details were made public. With Lalit Sharma, Arvind Ojha and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's raise the big question. Was there a threat assessment done before the security downgrade of the singer politician? Is the Aam Aadmi Party guilty of playing political populism over security of VVIPs? Is the Aap government out of its depth in Punjab, or is Punjab simply trapped in gang wars that are existing on the ground? Was Sidhu Moosewala part of these gangs? Let's look at the big question. Joining us now on the show at the moment, I'm joined by, from the Aam Aadmi Party, joining me now is Mr. Grewal. I'm joined by Jangveer Singh, spokesperson, Shiromani Akali Dal, Adil Singh Boparai, Congress spokesperson, Abad Singh Grewal, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Also joining me is former Punjab DGP Shashikant. Appreciate your joining us. But first, I want to go to Daler Mehendi, because Daler Mehendi was seen as a symbol, an iconic symbol of the entire wide industry of Punjabi music and singers, which has captured the imagination across the world. But दलेर भाई, आप बताइए, जब आपने सुना कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला को इस तरह से मारा गया है, क्या आपको भी लगा कि कहीं गैंग वॉर इसमें इन्वॉल्व है? क्या लगा आपको पहले?
नहीं, मुझे जो लगा कि जो मैंने उनका वीडियो सब मेरे पास जो आए, जो मैंने जो वीडियो देखे, और उसमें मुझे बहुत हैरानी हुई कि आपको मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है सर?
हाँ, बिल्कुल आ रही है
सर। मैंने आप जी, तो मुझे बहुत हैरानी हुई कि जिस तरह वो अकेले एक थार में निकले हैं, और बहुत सिंपल सी थार में वो निकले, उनके साथ कह रहे थे कि 2 लोग और थे। वो मुझे बहुत सुन के हैरानी, क्योंकि पंजाब में एक ऐसा कल्चर बन गया है कि जो भी सिंगर है वो उसके कुछ आता है या नहीं आता है, वो कुछ है या नहीं है, उसके साथ 5-10 बाउंसर वो अपनी सिक्योरिटी के लेके चलता है हरदम साथ में, और कम से कम 2-3 गाड़ियाँ चलती हैं हर सिंगर के साथ। पर ये मैं बहुत हैरान हूँ कि ये एकदम घर से जब निकले हैं तो अकेले निकले हुए हैं, और वो मैं देख के बड़ा मुझे दुख हुआ। दूसरा, पहली बात तो ये है कि कोई भी हो, चाहे सिद्धू मूसेवाला जी हो, कोई आम आदमी बिल्कुल सड़क चलता भी हो जिसको कोई नहीं जानता, इस तरह वारदात करनी बहुत ही दुखदाई है। और मैंने कभी उनका कोई गाना सुना नहीं है, नाम सुना था क्योंकि बहुत मशहूर है, लेकिन कभी उनका गाना नहीं सुना, कोई लिरिक्स नहीं मैंने सुने, तो मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कह सकता हूँ क्या है। पर देख के, न्यूज़ सुन के बहुत दुख हुआ कि इतना बड़ा नाम और एकदम इस तरह ट्रीटमेंट की गई।
आप जब पंजाब जाते हैं, आप कितने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स आपके साथ रहते हैं?
अब मैं मतलब ये कि मैं क्या बताऊं कि मुझे बहुत हैरानी आती है, और अपने आप पे बहुत हंसी भी आती होती कि मैं और कभी फैमिली के साथ ऐसी अकेले निकल जाता हूं। और मेरी तो आदत है कि मैं किसी बाज़ार में घुस जाता हूं, कहीं पटियाला गया तो कभी जग्गी स्वीट में चला गया, कभी किसी के पास खाने चला गया, तो कोई बिंदास, कभी सिक्योरिटी वगैरह मैं नहीं रखता हूं। लेकिन ये है कि
आपको कभी एक्सटॉर्शन,
जो मैंने कल्चर देखा है कि बहुत,
आपको कभी एक्सटॉर्शन थ्रेट्स मिले हैं?
मुझे कभी ऐसा हुआ। एक मेरे साथ एक बार बहुत बड़ी थी 2000 में, जब अबू सालिम ने हमारे ऊपर मेरे ऑफिस में हमला किया था, और बोल के किया था कि इतने बजे हम आपके ऑफिस में आएंगे और गोलियां मारेंगे। तो मुझे विश्वास नहीं था कि ये अबू सालिम हैं, जब उन्होंने गोलियां चलाई, फिर उनका फ़ोन आया कि हमारे आदमी ने आपके ऑफिस में गोलियां चलाई, अब आपको यकीन हो गया मैं अबू सालिम हूँ? तो मैंने कहा जी बिल्कुल यकीन हो गया। और थोड़ी देर में पुलिस आई, पुलिस ने मुझे बताया कि ये अबू सालिम के लोग थे। और फिर 1 साल मेरे साथ 12 गनमैन रहे हैं, 7 दिल्ली पुलिस वाले, 4 पंजाब पुलिस वाले, और फिर हरदम घर के अंदर 17 लोगों की टीम रहती थी राजस्थान पुलिस की। तो वही 1 साल वो जो गुजरा मेरा, और उसके बाद जब सिक्योरिटी वगैरह हट गई तो कोई टेंशन नहीं, कुछ नहीं।
आपने कभी ये गैंग, आपने कभी ये पंजाब के गैंग वॉर्स के बारे में सुना था? ये जो गैंग्स जो कह रहे हैं कि हमने सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारा है, आपने ये गोल्डी और ये लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग के बारे में सुना था?
जी मैंने कभी ये नाम मैंने पहले कभी नहीं सुने हैं। और हमारा एक्चुअली म्यूज़िक का काम है, और मेरे तो जितने आपको पता है गाने सिर्फ सोल को झुमाना, 2-2 साल के बच्चों को नचाना, वर्डिंग ऐसी यूज़ करनी जिससे आपको मोटिवेशन मिले और आप फैमिली के साथ बैठ के गाने को सुन सके। अब रात को मेरा शो था आगरा में, 50,000 लोग थे हुनर हाट के अंदर, और 2 घंटे शो हुआ, खूब लोग नाचे। और जब मैं शो करके नीचे उतरा तब मुझे बुरी खबर मिली, पर मेरे साथ कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि पंजाब सरकार, केंद्र सरकार पूरे इंडिया के अंदर जितनी भी लैंग्वेज हैं उनके ऊपर ध्यान दें कि जो गाने हैं वो किस तरह के चल रहे हैं। अगर नशे के ऊपर गाने चल रहे हैं, गैंग के ऊपर गाने चल रहे हैं, गन्स के ऊपर गाने चल रहे हैं, या गलत वर्ड यूज़ किए जा रहे हैं वुमेन के लिए, ऐसे गानों को पहले सिंगरों को वार्निंग दी जाए कि रोका जाए, तो ये बहुत कुछ चीज़ें कंट्रोल में हो सकती हैं।
दलेर मेहंदी जी, आपने हमसे बात की, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। दलेर मेहंदी, who remember is the iconic singer who started this revolution in Punjabi music. Let's turn to my panel, Mr. Grewal of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's turn to the Aam Aadmi Party first, because the Aam Aadmi Party has the most to answer in this case. Do you concede now that this entire episode has pushed you, Mr. Grewal, on the back foot? Your government is barely 70 days old, and once again questions are being raised. Can the Aam Aadmi Party handle security in a sensitive state like Punjab? You're on mute. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
First of all, this is tragic. This is tragic, and this was totally avoidable. We accept responsibility. We accept there have been lapses, and those lapses will be surely, for sure, they will be discovered, and people responsible will be held to account.
No, lapses on whose part? Are you blaming your police leadership, or does the political leadership?
Sir,
because the decision of withdrawing VIP security for so many people does not only come through the police, it also comes because that's the direction the political leadership gives the police. Remove VIP security.
Okay. No, sir. First of all, security was not removed. This gentleman had security. Very unfortunately, that will also be investigated. He went without security. Our point,
his
Mr.
security was downgraded, sir. Please be clear. His security was downgraded.
Yes, sir. It was downgraded, but even the downgraded security he did not take along. If had there been security with him, there would have been an encounter. The thing is that there was nobody with the ability to fire back. He did not take, which is, look, I am not contesting anything. All I am saying is that this episode exposes the nexus, the narco-politico terror nexus that has been built in Punjab over the past 20 years, has been exposed. Very unfortunately, it has been because of the death of a young man, a promising young man. We do not want to run from our responsibilities. Aam Aadmi Party is the governing party in Punjab, and yes, there have been lapses, and yes, there will be accountability.
No, all you are saying is you're conceding lapses. We'll see about accountability and what accountability takes place. But Adil Singh Bopara, you want to respond? AAP says this is proof of the narco-crime nexus in which many leading Punjabi personalities are in a way linked. Even Sidhu Moosewala today, it is being suggested, had used his connections to get apparently involved with a gang within his area
Mr. Sardesai, let me at the outset say that Mr. Moosewala was a man of unimpeachable integrity and character. He was a heartthrob for millions and millions of people across the world. But be that as it may, this is typical Aam Aadmi Party to pass the buck. The problem is that the Aam Aadmi Party has reduced governance to a social media gimmick. Security details should not be determined based on the political affiliation of the protectee. This mandates an objective threat assessment, which unfortunately appears to have not been done in this case. But what is ironical here is that the Aam Aadmi Party's ineptitude, their administrative inexperience, and their incompetency has led to this targeted killing. And I think the Aam Aadmi Party must squarely be held responsible for this. And the Home Department is with Mr. Bhagwant Mann. He was the one who was publicizing the withdrawal of security. He was the one who was trying to score petty political points on social media. So therefore, the Aam Aadmi Party cannot evade responsibility.
No,
Aam
Aadmi Party is responsible for what has happened yesterday, but Mr. Adil Singh Boparai, there are a series of instances of these gang war killings that have taken place. Shaganpreet Singh, who's Moosewala's manager, is accused in the killing of a gangster Vicky in August of 2021, and it is suggested that this was a revenge killing. So when you took Moosewala into your party in November, were you not aware of the background of Moosewala as well? He was a popular singer, but he too is reportedly involved with some of the local gangs.
That is factually incorrect, Mr. Sardesai, and it is unfortunate that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to sully the good name of somebody who's no more with us. But
what is factually incorrect? What is factually incorrect? No, just a minute, Mr. Grewal. That a gangster was killed allegedly by the manager of Moosewala is incorrect?
Well, I am not the investigator in this case. The police would be in a better position to give facts. But I want to make it clear that Mr. Moosewala was a man of
Mr. Grewal, do not intervene, please.
We are very certain. But let me make my point. Mr. Sardesai. The problem is the Aam Aadmi Party's administrative inexperience and the fact that governance has been outsourced to the Delhi crew, who do not understand the complexities of Punjab. And this is the reason why the law and order is collapsing. There were religious clashes after decades in Patiala. There was an RPG attack on the Punjab intelligence building, and now this targeted killing of a singer, of somebody, of a promising young man, a politician belonging to the Congress party who has followings across the world. This demonstrates that the Aam Aadmi Party is not able to govern. PR cannot be a substitute to governance, Mr. Sardesai.
Okay, PR cannot be a substitute to governance, you say.
Cannot be a substitute to governance.
Just a minute. Let's give equal time to all. Jangveer Singh, your spokesperson of the Akali Dal, and many say that this narco-terror nexus and its involvement with gangsters, with international connections, Goldie Brar, who has taken responsibility based in Canada, many of them got a fillip during the Akali years. The Akali years was when this entire narco gangster linkages got deepened in Punjab. Do you concede that or not?
Well, this is something, which has been propagated by the Congress party, and particularly Rahul Gandhi, because he came to Punjab and 10 years back and he said, 70% of youth of Punjab are drug addicts. So this is a Congress ploy, and they built upon this to get to the Akalis, because the Akalis were responsible for record development in Punjab.
No, but you cannot deny the fact that narcotics were flourishing in parts of Punjab, and that's where the gangsters got their big money.
See, this is something which needs to be investigated, where, there is absolutely no proof, no evidence of the Shromani Akali Dal ever patronizing any gangster whatsoever. There's no proof since the last 20 years. Whereas, there have been instances in the last 5 years when we have seen all this taking place. So please don't say that Akali Dal is responsible for anything. There's nothing like this. We know drugs come from Pakistan. We know sometimes with drugs, arms also smuggled in. But that is the work of the border security force. They control the border. There is a responsibility on every side. So please don't try to target the Akali Dal.
No one is targeting. Sir, the fact is that each of you will blame the other. Shashikant.
I'm not trying to blame anyone.
No, all of you are. No, please, let us not believe that gangsterism has come to Punjab only on Sunday with the killing of Sidhu Singh Moosewala.
How do drugs come into India?
Shashikant ji, as a former DGP, you're hearing, just a minute now, sir. You're hearing three politicians, producer, you're hearing three politicians blaming each other. We have this time and again. The fact is, Sidhu Moosewala's killing has brought to light the possibility that you have gang wars taking place in Punjab with links possibly to narcotics, with links possibly to extortion, which links probably to hired killers. Lawrence Bishnoi is a gangster in Tihar jail who reportedly has a gang of about 700 people operating in Punjab, Rajasthan, Haryana. What information can you give? What is your sense, your experience of this? Is this true or not?
Look, I'll just give short replies. First of all, I'll say that you talked to Dalit, probably his memory is fading. He knows about it. I know I had stood by him once and it saved him when I was in Patiala. So he's forgetting that chapter, number one. Secondly, if you talk of narcotics, yes, they have been coming in Punjab. Additionally, they were going across through Punjab and whatever places they were to send to abroad or whatever. Number three, the first incident of a gang killing was way back in 2006, when a person called Dimpy, when he had returned, he was hiding somewhere in UP. When he had come here, he was killed in Chandigarh. So it has been going on since 2006. But yes, again, of late, there has been a spur indeed. And the reason being, now these gangsters of Punjab are trying to follow the model of whatever Bombay, Delhi, etc., targeting music industry. And again, we have this Kabaddi leagues coming up, which are rolling in money. They are targeting them. And once again, I'll say yes, certain politicians and certain gangsters and certain drug smugglers are indeed in cahoots.
So you're saying at the moment, you're saying these gangs are targeting specific individuals, almost like a extortion industry of the kind that we saw in Mumbai in the 1990s and early 2000s.
Precisely, that's what I said. They're following the Bombay and Delhi models. That's unfortunate. And coming to Moosewala's killing, yes, his security was reduced, but again, there was no point in publicizing that list, which had a security classification out in public. That was a big lapse on part of this particular government that we have here.
You know, that's an important point that you're making, a very, very important point. You're saying that even if you are downgrading security, do not publicize the list, do not make it some kind of a political propaganda point. This is the point, Mr. Grewal, where in a sense the Aam Aadmi Party's amateurishness, some would say, in governance is caught out. You want to send out a message that we are going to reduce VVIP security, people will support you, yes. But when you make it public, knowing that many of these people are potential targets, you're making them soft targets like Mr. Moosewala was.
Mr. Sardesai, you hit the nail on the head. Amateurish, yes. There was a mistake, there was a lapse, and yes, making the list public, wherever it has happened, was a lapse and it was wrong, number one. And people will be held accountable for that. But having said that, Mr. Shashikant has opened the bag of worms. Yes, there are politicians who are connected with them. Mukhtar Ansari stayed in Punjab jails. His relatives had a house across Ropar jail. For 4 years, UP government had to run around to the Supreme Court to get him back to UP. Okay, SOPU, PUSU, SOI, all the organizations, the student organizations from the nursery which bred all the gangsters in Punjab today. Believe you me, I was in college at that time. They have been raised by the Akalis. The Akalis raised the bogey. They supported them. And the Congress just went ahead and just carried the baton on. What we are saying is that this is a fundamental problem. The problem with our system is, yes, we are not escaping responsibility, but our system is that there is a deep-rooted criminal narco.
Who is accountable? No, Mr. Grewal, you started this show by saying, yes, there have been lapses. You are now admitting, yes, there has been an amateurishness in the way it has been dealt. You are saying, yes, responsibility. Who is it going to be fixed on? You've got the same police leadership in Punjab that the previous government had.
No, we do not. I did not say there's an amateurish in the way it has been done. I said there was an amateurish in the way the names got out to the media. That will be fixed, number one. Who is responsible? The responsibility squarely lies with the people who have been ruling Punjab for the past 20 years. These people who we call gangsters today were children. They were 4, 5, 6-year-olds. Today they have grown up. They have grown up under your umbrella. You have made them gangsters. You patronized them. You got people. You put cases on them, and you supported them through and through. Sir, they've been targeted killings in Punjab in 2017, in 2022. They've been bomb blasts. The RPG attack. What is happening? It is that the narco network that has been built by the politicians is being used by everybody for their own advantages.
I will give the other two politicians. They've ruled Punjab for 10 years each in the last 20 years. First, you, Adil Singh Boparai. The fact is that you cannot deny that for the last 20, 25 years, these gangs have flourished and they've become bigger. And many of them have deep political connects. How are you going to deny that today on the show? Stage a bold denial that these gangs have no political connection at all? They flourished under under Congress and Akali rule as well.
I'll respond to that. Mr. Sardesai, but some preliminary pointers. Let us not fall for the Aam Aadmi Party's red herring. What is the issue at hand? Mr. Moosewala's security was drastically downgraded without any analysis, number one. The withdrawal was publicized. Number two, the protectees became sitting ducks. They became soft targets. These are the three issues. Number one. Number two, all this was done despite the intelligence inputs to the contrary. Mr. Moosewala's threat perception was high. So therefore, why was an analysis not done before Mr. Bhagwant Mann was publicizing the withdrawal on his social media platforms? Now, responding to your question, organized crime is a reality across the country. Nobody can deny that. But the question is, how do you respond to that? When the Congress party was in power, we extradited these narco smugglers from abroad. There was a case registered against a very senior Akali Dal leader who is still in jail in Patiala. We went after these gangsters. So therefore, the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. We took action. But organized crime is a reality. But the Aam Aadmi Party,
Name one man, sir.
Mr. Sardesai, this cannot be reduced to a shouting match. Please stop heckling me. Please stop heckling me.
You are politicizing drugs.
No, 1 minute. Let Jangveer speak now.
At least let me complete.
No. Just a minute, Adil. Yes, Jangveer.
First, I want to tell Mr. Adil that he is politicizing an issue. He should know that a false, mischievous, malicious case was registered against Mr. Bikram Singh Majithia. And this case was registered at a thana which was specially formed for this purpose. And that 4 DGPs were changed before this case was registered. You got a pliable officer to register the case, and it is a false case. Justice will be done in the case. What I'm trying to tell, the topic, Mr. Adil, please, you yourself said one should stick to the topic. You also trying this diversionary tactic, which was earlier done by Mr. Grewal. The topic is that who will take, where will the buck stop? And the buck should stop at Mr. Bhagwant Singh Mann. He's the chief minister. He gloated about the removal of the security. He officially claimed that I am removing VVIP culture. And this was done on whims and fancies. There was no security review meeting. And all this was done. The security was taken from Punjab. People who needed the security in Punjab were denied the security, and it was taken to Delhi. 80 to 90 people have been posted to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Raghav Chadha has 4 security vehicles at his disposal. What about all this? Who will tackle this?
Can I for a moment get you back, Shashikant ji, because as I said, the mutual just a minute, sir. Shashikant ji, if you were advising Mr. Mann, the government of Aam Aadmi Party has now appointed a judicial commission headed by a sitting High Court judge to investigate this case. Is that the right way in your view, or do you need a complete change first in the security structure in Punjab at the moment, given these new realities that you're speaking about?
Look, once I was in charge of, I was head of the security wing. The proper way is every individual has his file, his or her file, in which the detailed security threat perception is given, On the basis of the reports from the field, Punjab Police, Punjab Intelligence, and in important cases even by the intelligence wing. Whenever the decision is to be taken to reduce or enhance or curtail or whatever, it has to be strictly and objectively on the basis of whatever is contained in those files.
Okay, so what you're saying is you need an objective security assessment of each individual. It cannot be reduced to a political football or political populism.
No way.
I also have a senior police officer who's just sent me a message on WhatsApp saying, remember, many of these guys have narco contacts. That is why they're getting caught and killed in what he's calling inter-gang rivalry. Either way, all of this is an embarrassment for the Punjab government. The Punjab government in particular today is clearly on the back foot, and the only way it can resolve it is by acting. The fact is now, talk comes cheap when you win an election. Once you're in power, Mr. Grewal, no, yes, Mr. You want to make a final point, Shashikanji?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. When we talk about all these things, remember that the entire planning was done from a prison house, that is Tihar jail in Delhi. And jails are the best places, unfortunately, to plan and to ensure its meticulous implementation.
And that in a sense reveals that another dark secret, that a gangster sitting in Tihar jail can in a way organize all these killings that have been taking place.
Our actions will speak.
Okay, your actions will speak, which is why we will wait and we will put you on test. Now you're not in the opposition, you are in the government.
Your lack of administrative experience, which is speaking.
Oh, come on.
Okay, let's take a break. We've heard 4 interesting voices on the issue. It is the gang wars of Punjab, and it is extremely tragic the manner in which they are now playing out on the road. Let's take a break at this point. When we return, the UPSC results have been declared, and guess what? Women lead the toppers list. All India ranks 1, 2 and 3. We'll be speaking to 2 of the toppers on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise. Ankita and Gamini on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. The UPSC final results were declared today, and the first 3 toppers of the exam are not surprisingly women. Shruti Sharma topped the UPSC Civil Service exam. She's a Stephanian from Delhi. Shruti received the first rank. Ankita Agarwal and Gamini Singla have secured the second and third rank. Ankita too is a Stephanian, I'm told. As many as 685 candidates were have been shortlisted for the IAS and many branches of the civil services. Okay, let's go into 2 of our toppers. Ankita Agarwal and Gamini now join me on the show. Appreciate your joining us. You're smiling there. Ankita, to you first. UPSC rank 236 rank in 2019. You try again 3 years later. Now you come second. Is this beyond your dreams, or did you expect you'd go as high as second this time?
No, I did not expect the second rank. I don't think anybody expects a top rank in the exam.
Gamini, did you also expect you'd be in the top 10, number 3?
Sir, yes, my family's faith was there with me. My father always used to say that you will be amongst the toppers. But yeah, this news is something I've not been able to process yet. So yes, sir, I think my family had trust in me.
Your family had trust in you. Ankita, you know, what is striking, of course, the headline is that women sweep the top 3 ranks in the UPSC exams. We've come a long way from the 1950s when there were just a handful of women in the services. Social media celebrating it, many posting Amir Khan's dialogues from Dangal, Mari Chori Choros ki si kam hai ki. Women power showing up in the UPSC.
Yes, I think it's showing, and it's a matter of great pride and honor.
You know, I just put that statistic to you, Ankita. Of the 11,569 IAS officers who entered the services between 1951 and 2020, only 1,527 were women. Should now, do you believe more and more women are now entering the exam? And do you believe that more and more women in the administration will make the IAS a better place, more responsive?
I think more women should join the service. Both in terms of representation, that 50% of our population should be represented well in the services. Secondly, I think every time a woman enters the service, she acts as an inspiration for a lot of other women out there who might be struggling to convince both themselves and the larger society that she has it in her to make it to some of the best places in the country. So I think it's important, hence, for more and more women to be entering the services.
Do you think, though, Gamini, women will be more responsive to demands of the public? We've also seen a few unfortunate incidents in recent times involving women IAS officers also being tangled in massive cases of corruption.
So I think women can do great because I think they are multi-creative, I guess, and they have an ability to sink in a lot at one time. So definitely they are going to do the best. But I think that men also do very good. So I think we will do equally well. So let's establish equality here and both will do equally well, I guess.
Ankita, what do you now that you're second, you have a choice of what you want to join, IAS, IFS, IPS. What is it that you want to do?
So my first preference is the IAS.
Your first preference is the IAS. There will be those who will be asking on this program at a time when a lot of young people want to get into the private sector. The public sector service, the IAS no longer has the same traction as it used to. What motivated you, Ankita, to join the public service?
When we were in college, we were fortunate to have professors who inculcated in us a sense of social responsibility to give back to society because we have been born in places of privilege. So I think it was that desire to be of use to the larger society that motivated me to join the services.
You know, you mentioned here being born into privilege. Nowadays, coaching is seen as key to competitive exams, and coaching can be very expensive. This is a subject of heated debates, even television shows. How do you ensure a level playing field, particularly for the IAS, for underprivileged students? Is reservation the only way out or something else? How do you ensure a level playing field?
I think access to coaching is a big issue across different competitive exams in the country. And one solution to this, which I have seen work quite a bit, is for a lot of civil society organizations, a lot of non-profit organizations to offer subsidized and often free coaching to students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And that is something that is happening, and I think it should continue and expand in a bigger form.
You know, Gamini, I asked Ankita, IFS, IAS or IPS, what's her pick? She's chosen the IAS. What is your pick?
So my choice is IAS, Indian Administrative Services.
Recently, and I just mentioned it, Ankita, I'm sorry to raise it today, an IAS woman officer was raided in Jharkhand, crores of rupees collected from her house. She's been arrested, suspended. Do you feel let down when you hear such stories? Does it leave you a little disillusioned even as you're entering the IAS?
I think in any organization, any institution, there are issues. There might be some who might not use their power for the purpose for which it was given. So, but I don't think as an institution I feel let down.
Gamini, do you also feel disappointed when you hear stories IAS officers getting tangled with politicians getting caught in corruption?
Sir, I think corruption is something which is there, prevalent everywhere. And yes, I feel disappointed whenever I hear a case of corruption, be it in the services or anywhere else. And I think that we together, with full honesty, we can curb this pollution. I think we should aim towards it.
Okay, let's turn to positive aspects. I want to ask the question everyone wants an answer to. Everybody has a different method to crack an exam. What's yours, Ankita? Did you just study for hours altogether? What was your magic mantra?
So yes, the exam does require putting in hours consistently for years on end. And I did study for, as you put it, hours together, but I did it in a manner that was sustainable, that I could take forward for not just days, and not just days or months, but for more than 1-2 years. So that was, consistency was my strategy.
You know, you said hours of hard work. A day in the life of Ankita Agarwal, all work and no play makes you number 2 in the IAS?
I would not say that, because that is not something anybody can do for years on end. So it was more work, less play for sure. But it was play when I required rest, when I required to cool down. There were moments of fun and relaxation.
Gamini, you want to also tell us your success formula, hours of study or no other way to crack the IAS?
Sir, my formula I would say is hard work plus strategy. And the combination of both can bring you really good marks and a lot of satisfaction. So these both things should be combined. It shouldn't be like you keep working hard and you do not have a strategy, and only strategy can also not do anything. So when these both come together, I think then we can see wonderful results. And obviously the blessings of your parents and God and your family. These three things when combined, I guess, then we can get through.
You know, you mentioned strategy 3 or 4 times. That sounds heavy duty stuff. Can you explain what this strategy is, Gamini?
Yeah, so strategy means that you go through the previous year question papers, you analyze the trends, you understand the demand of the paper, and then you carve out your strategy based on your weaknesses and your strengths. So we cannot copy anybody else's strategy because we are unique. So everybody has different strengths and different weakness. So I think that reflecting back upon your mistakes, that can be a part of the strategy, and seeing the previous year question papers and seeing how you have been performing in the test series. If it's not good, then why? And then working upon it comes as a part of the strategy. And rest is hard work, and it requires a lot of hard work, sir. And I think that there's no substitute to hard work. You will have to sacrifice a lot if you want to pursue an examination like this.
Well, that's true not just of the IAS, that's true of life. Ankita, finally, many hours of studies, you feel stressed. What is your stress buster? What's the one thing, one hobby, interest that helps you beat the stress? Music, sports? What's your stress buster?
It was actually a combination of multiple things. I like reading fiction. I would go visit my friends when I needed a break. I would sometimes watch TV series or go for a walk and things like that. No one fixed stress buster.
You mentioned fiction writing, web series. Any favorite author and any series that you binge on?
I don't have a consistently favorite author, but of late I've been reading Frederick Backman's books, and his books are very uplifting, very positive, and at the same time very entertaining. On web series, I would watch the very popular shows which have 20-minute episodes, because they don't suck you in and you tend to not binge watch. So shows such as Parks and Recreation, Schitt's Creek, these were shows I really enjoyed.
Okay, so what you're saying, you've given us a tip. If you want to crack a UPSC, no long binge watching web series, right? Keep them short, 20-minuters.
Yes, binge. I think everybody should stay away from binge watching excessively.
And Gamini, your stress buster, now that you've cracked it particularly, music, cricket, sports, books, what's your stress buster?
Music was certainly my stress buster, but I think more than that, it was spending time with my family. So when my parents used to come from work, we used to sit for an hour or 1.5 hours, and that was my stress buster, I think. We used to talk about things, and it used to lighten me a bit. And my brother was also there. So spending time with them was my stress buster, along with music, of course. And I used to go for walk regularly. I think having a physical activity is very important alongside. For me, it was constantly, every day going for a walk. I used to go, and that was something which rejuvenated me for the next day.
So all I will say, chalte chalte. मेरे ये गीत याद रखना. Keep walking in life, go well, make the IAS, your parents, your family, your country proud. Good luck to you, Ankita, Garima, and indeed to the women of this country who clearly are a step ahead of the men when it comes to cracking the UPSC this year. Thank you both very much for joining me. Our image tonight comes from the Louvre in Paris, the world's most visited museum. Mona Lisa, the masterpiece of Renaissance genius Leonardo da Vinci, was attacked by a visitor smeared with cream. It's the most viral news of the day on social media. Looks like there's no security at the museum as well. You stay well, stay safe. Good night. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching in
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ। Eight hours video of Gyanvapi survey out. Unedited, uncensored and unaltered footage. Does this revelation settle Gyanvapi debate?
कई बार बतला चुका, फाउंटेन कहना सबसे बड़ा भद्दा मजाक है, केवल और केवल शिवलिंग है।
India Today's biggest Gyanvapi scoop. Ball now in court of law. Top focus on India First.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant, and over the course of the next half hour, India Today will get you details of these images. These images haven't been seen before except on India Today, and images that tell you the story of what emerged at the Gyanvapi premises. Unedited, 8 hours of survey tapes accessed exclusively by India Today. And over the course of the next half hour, we'll show you these images. We'll tell you what these images indicate and what it could mean for the Gyanvapi case. But as always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. The Enforcement Directorate arrests Delhi's Health Minister Satyendra Jain for allegedly being connected to Hawala transactions linked to a Kolkata-based company. The Aam Aadmi Party accuses the BJP of vendetta politics. A day after famous Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala's broad daylight murder, Punjab police detains one suspect in Dehradun. The Bhagwant Mann government appoints a judicial commission. Both the BJP and the Congress target the Aam Aadmi Party government. Anger within the Congress over Gandhi loyalists making it to Rajya Sabha. Actor turned political leader Nagma says Sonia Gandhi backtracked on an 18-year-old promise for Rajya Sabha seat. Ally JMM denies Congress request to give it an additional seat. Chaos and a brawl after ink thrown at farmer leader Rakesh Tikait at a Bengaluru briefing. People seen hurling chairs at each other. Police detain 3 individuals. And UPSC results declared. Women lead the toppers list. All India rank 1, 2 and 3, bagged by Shruti Sharma, Ankita Agrawal and Gamini Singla respectively. On India First, we'll get you images that you haven't seen before, images that have appeared after 8 hours of survey that was carried out. And remember, this survey was carried out on the 14th, 15th and 16th of May 2022. Trishul-like carvings can be seen on the walls of the structure. This is the cleaning process on. But take a look at our top story. Before that, before I get you the details of the findings of the survey report accessed exclusively by India Today.
Gyanvapi Mosque case, is it a mandir or a masjid? Was there a Shivling or was it a fountain? For weeks, suspense has been building up on Gyanvapi, but today, India Today brings to you the biggest exclusive on this story. India Today has the biggest Gyanvapi game changer, a news break that totally changes the course of this story. We have accessed the full 8-hour-long, completely unedited footage of this survey that was conducted just a week ago on May 14th, 15th and 16th. We are showing you the most recent footage of the claimed Shivling inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. Let's break down to you all the big takeaways from this survey. First, we have videos showing the wazukhana, where the Hindu side has claimed a Shivling has been found. Now here's what the survey team found within the wazukhana. Once the water was drained out, the claimed Shivling was found, and add to that, you can see a structure on top of this claimed Shivling made with concrete. The Muslim side maintains this is a fountain. The Hindu side has claimed that a structure was built on top of the Shivling to make it look like a fountain. Not just the Shivling, while scanning the 8-hour-long footage, we also saw carvings on the mosque's walls. Trishuls can be seen on the walls of the mosque. That's led to Hindu side again claiming that the location where Gyanvapi Mosque is today was actually a temple. The latest revelation of your favorite channel surely changes the course of this story. It now remains to be seen how the court will react to this evidence, and will it be taken into consideration? Bureau Report, India Today.
I quickly now want to cut across to India Today's Samarth Srivastava joining us for more on the story. In a moment from now, we'll also be joined by Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, who's the petitioner in this case, and a well-respected Islamic scholar, who's Atikur Rahman, who's joining us on the broadcast. But before I come to Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain and Atikur Rahman, I want to cut across to Samarth Srivastava. Samarth, you and Kumar Abhishek, you've exclusively accessed these images and the survey report. This survey was conducted on the 16th of May inside the wazukhana area. Tell us more about what the survey images seem to indicate before we analyze these images with our guests.
Well, Gaurav, images what are seeing are clearly mentioning, be it the swastik symbol, be it the Trishul symbol, be it the symbols that are hidden inside that particular calendars, being what clearly Harishankar Jain claimed while speaking to India Today TV, is a clear indication where the attack is going towards. And what we have seen, that Shivling claimed by the Hindu side, that fountain claimed by the Muslim side, but what visuals are coming, it seems to be a proper black object with a proper one surface with a shower-like situation at the top of it, which clearly signifies that somebody has tried to tamper that particular thing, Gaurav. And I have been joined by Vishnu Shankar Jain with me. I'll try to get more details about that. You must have seen the footages, Vishnu.
Yes.
What's your first thought after seeing the footages?
See, the first thought is the same which I saw on the spot. And when I went on the ground, the first time I saw my Mahadev, first time I saw the Shivling, immediate reaction was that I have to get the Shivling sealed, because from past 370 years continuously the wazu was being done there, and my deity is existing there, my deity is standing there. And the moment I saw that Shivling, whatever research I had done in the matter, all this research was right in front of me, and the judgment of the Supreme Court also notices that there were 2 Shivlings in the same temple complex, and all those things just came right in front of me. The mythology which we studied about this temple, the research we had done, the shlokas of Rig Veda, and everything was right in front of me, and I just immediately believed that yes, through my conviction, that this is a Shivling. And therefore, after consulting my clients, I moved to the court. I asked the court to seal this.
Threadbare. Let's analyze this threadbare, and let's analyze this one by one. You're looking at these multiple images. Now, for the benefit of our viewers, we will show you these images. We will go to Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, who was there when the videography was going on, and then we'll go to Atikur Rahman. Image number 1. What you see is a ladder. What you also see is water. This is water in that wazukhana. This wazukhana is 33 feet by 33 feet. And then you see something that looks like a well. Inside the well, you notice the top of a structure. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, we are looking at image number 1. What does this image indicate? How did you think, or who thought about draining the wazukhana? What went on that day? Okay, let me explain this image to you once again as I try and re-establish that link with Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain. What we are showing you in this image is the wazukhana, and this wazukhana is 33 feet by 33 feet. Vishnu Jain, if you can hear me, was it always a plan to drain the wazukhana? Did you know that there is a shivling underneath? Why was that water drained, and what happened that day on the 16th of May at 8:40 in the morning? Vishnu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
I'd like to understand, did you know that there is this shivling underneath the wazukhana?
Pressure mat kariye, aaja.
What was the decision? What was the decision that was taken to drain water from that wazukhana?
See, Gaurav, on the second day of the survey, when I went with the commission and I went near the wazukhana, I saw this wall in the middle of the wazukhana, and this wazukhana was full with water. And when I asked the Muslim caretaker that what is there in the middle of this wazukhana, he said nothing, it's just a fountain and there's nothing great in this, you guys can see somewhere else. So immediately I said that no, I want to see it, and please just lower down the water so that I can go inside and see it. Then they had an objection. They said that no, inside the wazukhana no one can enter and there are a lot of fishes in the wazukhana. Therefore, I told the Advocate Commissioner that I want to enter the wazukhana, I want to see, I want the Advocate Commissioner to see the wazukhana, and the water must be lowered down. And I requested the Advocate Commissioner that not to conclude the proceedings of the commission and carry it on the third day, because we had one more extra day. And fortunately, the Advocate Commissioner acceded to my request. The survey was conducted on the third day, and the first endeavor on the third day of the survey was to lower down the water with lot of oxygen so that the fishes don't die. And the staircase was used by which we went in the middle of this wazukhana, and we saw a bhavya shivling of Mahadev. And then immediately my first reaction and first point was that I immediately connected myself to the mythology and the research we had done on the matter. I immediately connected to the judgment of the Supreme Court passed in this case of 1997, 4 SCC page 606, and I felt that whatever we have read in the past is absolutely correct.
Okay, so you are saying this was a bhavya shivling. The Muslim side says this is a fountain. But stay with me for a moment. Atikur Rahman, you've seen these images. Is this not clear as day? The Hindu side says this is a shivling.
Gaurav, I do not have the screen before me, but as you tell me about these pictures and these videography, I think the best person to reply on these things should be the party himself who are opposing this and calling it a fountain. I am not in the know of the things what Mr. Vishnu Jain is saying. I respect him. He's a respected officer of the court. I just want to ask a few questions to him. Whatever is being done on the media, I believe, Gaurav, this is a one-sided, naked Hindutva propaganda.
How? No. On India Today, let's take facts. Let's talk facts.
You can take up the things together. I have a few questions.
How is this Hindu propaganda? It is Hindu propaganda.
Because the other side is missing.
Sorry?
The other side is missing the best person to...
You are the other side.
No, I am not the other side. Sorry.
You are the other side.
I am not the spokesperson of the other side. No. Whatever is placed before us on a media channel, I do not have a screen. I do not have any papers. I do not know what is going on in the court. Whatever the media and you, respective Gaurav Sawant, tells me, I have some opinion about it, but I am not the party to it. That is for sure.
Are you shirking away? Are you shying away from facing facts?
Yes,
are these facts? And I want to take this because I want to understand. I want to understand from Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain. Mr. Jain, there are some who say that this is a fountain. And I want our producers, can we move to the next image, please? I want a close-up of the top. Can we move to the next image, Sakshi? No, the next image, Sakshi, the close-up. I want to move to a close-up of this structure that has been located. Sakshi, can we move to the next image, please? Yes. This thing on top, Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, there is some kind of a 9-inch by 9-inch structure on top with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. What is that structure, sir? With a half-inch hole.
See, it's something made of cement. Yeah, it's something made of cement, and all the endeavor was done to give this shivling a shape of a fountain, or a chakri was put over it. So therefore, I had if you will see the report of the Advocate Commissioner had categorically mentioned in his report that this is not the part of the original structure. He has categorically mentioned it, and therefore I had given this point of view that this was just an endeavor to make a shivling into a fountain. But if you will see the mathematics of this, it is very evident that the shivling in the report of the Commissioner is of 2.5 feet. And this drill which was done was of 63 centimeter, to still there was 0.5 centimeter which was 0.5 feet which was remaining. And if this is a fountain, so where is the water management system, from where the power is generated, from which place the water is going up? So all these are the things I think which requires further detailed investigation. But I strongly believe that this matter requires ASI investigation, which will thrash out the entire theory.
Very important point you make there, and let me take it to Atikur Rahman once again. Mr. Rahman, you concur this requires deeper investigation. Is this a fountain, or is this, as Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain and the Hindu side believe, a shivling? Should there be a deeper investigation? Because if there is this half-inch hole here, which is about 63 centimeters and doesn't go beyond, then where is the water inlet? What is the water management system? Atikur Rahman.
Gaurav, you didn't allow me to complete on my first attempt, and that proves my point that this is a naked Hindutva propaganda. I was to ask certain questions to Mr. Jain, which you do not allow me to. I hope this time you are allowing.
Permit me to ask questions on this broadcast. I've asked you very specific questions. I would request you for specific answers. I've asked you a very specific question, sir. If this is a fountain, then it should have a water inlet system. The Hindu side says, let there be an investigation by Archaeological Survey of India. Do you concur, sir?
I am not the Muslim party in the case. The matter is subjudiced, and I would like to know from Mr. Jain what is the definition of a subjudiced matter. What are you doing on a television channel? You are in contempt of court. You are violating.
Sir, we will let the courts decide that. As long as I'm not, sir, these are facts. These are facts. We are putting out facts in public domain in larger public interest. Our job is to give out information, and we are giving out information. I have asked you a specific question. You are once again shying away from that question.
Contempt of court.
Sir, you are shying away. Sir, if it is contempt of court, courts will decide. Courts will decide. Atikur Rahman will not decide. Atikur Rahman does not decide.
Media channel becomes a court.
Sir, media channel is not a court. We are asking questions and you are shying away from that question.
The judicial discipline gets violated when you discuss.
You are hiding, sir, you are once again hiding. Sir, you are once again hiding behind judicial discipline in this case.
Universal.
Sir, you are hiding behind, you are not answering on facts, sir. I have asked you a question.
Matters of faith are personal.
Sir.
And matters of law are universal.
I'm glad you think that. Do you also think that in Uniform Civil Code? You think that then this country should move towards a Uniform Civil Code, Atikur Rahman? If faith is personal, then let's have a uniform law in this country. I'm sure you would agree.
Have it. Where's the draft? 8 years, the mighty Modi government fails to get a draft.
Okay. So they should move in direction of a uniform civil code, and Atikur Rahman will persuade those who are opposing it to support it in wider good of the country and all individuals and all citizens of this country, sir. But if we come back to the topic today, I want to now move to the next question. If this is a shivling as the Hindu side claims it to be, should there not be a deeper investigation? And Atikur Rahman, is it a fair question to ask? Should Muslims still insist that they want the resumption of wazu at this location? If Hindus are saying, this is our shivling, Would you advocate washing hands and feet and rinsing their mouth with 30 taps around what the Hindus say is a shivling?
The fact of the matter is, wuzu is performed outside the wuzukhana, not inside. Nobody spits into it.
Sir, there are
Nobody
30
washes
taps
hands
around
into
this
it.
place.
Nobody washes feet into it. It's a naked propaganda of the Hindutvawadis to say you are whipping up the passions. Gaurav, in the wuzukhana, in the pond, the water is drawn out of it, not spitted into it. Please get the
So you still justify that wazukhana should be restored?
Water
If the Hindus are saying,
taken
sir,
out of it
I'm
to
asking you a
wash
very
the
simple
hands and
question,
the feet.
sir. I'm asking you a question.
Nobody spits into it. Will you determine this fact on your channel?
Sir, I am
pond
asking
is
you a
used
question.
to
There is a
store water.
wazukhana.
It's a reservoir.
What happens in a wazukhana is a question I've asked you, Atikur Rahman.
Mr. Vishnu Jain is whipping up passions against the Muslims by saying that so long the Muslims were spitting into it, which is wrong. Nobody was washing hands into it.
Fair
Nobody
enough.
was putting feet into it.
Sir, now that the Hindu side claims or insists this is the shivling, yet
It's a
some
sealed
want
area.
wazukhana to be restored, do you
It's a
concur,
sealed area.
or you think there has to be another way found?
Determine the character of it. What does the Supreme Court said? We will determine it. Let it get determined. Why are you having this negative Hindutva propaganda? It's a contempt of court.
Okay, you say it's contempt of court. I want to bring in India Today's Samarth Srivastav joining me for more on this big story. And Samarth, these images, this construction on top, different color from the black structure that is found here. How do the two sides explain this, Samarth? What is the Hindu side saying about this? The difference, how do they explain the difference in color here? And how does the Muslim side explain the difference in color?
See, Gaurav, Hindu side is claiming that it's a shivling, it's a clear-cut shivling, and they are saying that there is another object on the top of that particular surface because the entire surface is black stoned and the upper portion seems to be a flavor of whiteness. While the Muslim side claiming that it's a fountain, though it's not operational, so they cannot show how the water is coming out from inside, but they are claiming yes, that's a fountain. But if you talk to the historians, be it of Varanasi University, be it of Delhi University, you will get one sense. They are saying that some object is over that particular shivling. It seems variably different from the object, from the surface, which is below. That's the black surface in the form of proper stone. It seems ancient old stone. And on the top of it, somebody has tried to tamper that particular stone. What Hindu side is claiming to be a shivling, Muslim side claiming to be a fountain. But it seems, if you see the video, if you see the images, it seems that it has been tampered to a bit, and that's the reason why there is one hole in between, and that's what Advocate Commissioner said, that he had to go inside to see what the hole is like. And when he saw the entire area, and that particular surface is quite different from that surface that is below. So that is the question.
Stay with me for a moment. I want to once again bring in Atikur Rahman. I want to bring in Atikur Rahman as our viewers look at these images. Atikur Rahman, if there is no water inlet system, if the Hindu side says that there is a narrow passage that actually leads into a basement that's been walled up, they want those walls to be removed because they say the bricks and the covering up is of a much later date. At least that is what it appears. It's relatively newer than the other structure. Sir, should there be a wider inquiry, a deeper probe, go into the basement and look at it, whether there's actually a water inlet system? There could well be a water inlet system. Or there could well be a shivling that extends all the way down to the base. But for truth to emerge, for truth and reconciliation, is that the way forward, sir? Archaeological Survey of India carries out an independent investigation.
Gaurav, an inch towards all these measures is a violation of the 1991 Places of Worship Act. Repeal it, amend it. We have a mighty government, the Modi government. They can do it today itself, tomorrow itself, within 48 hours. Call a special session of the parliament. Repeal, amend. Don't violate the temple of democracy
Sir, but
that is
tell me
Parliament.
this, does Atikur Rahman decide whether it's a violation of 1991 Places of Worship Act? Does the Supreme Court determine it? In India, do we move by what courts of law say or what Atikur Rahman says?
As I read the law, it's a violation.
Sir, as
If
you
the
read
Supreme
the
Court
law,
have a different
the
opinion,
learned judges of
we
Supreme
will-
Court have read it, the learned judges at various stages of judiciary have read it. Maybe you may like to concede that their appreciation of law may be a little more than you, considering they've studied and practiced it all their lives, sir. So
The
they don't
Oracle
consider
of
it
Justice
a
is
violation
our
of law,
last hope.
Places of Worship Act 1991, sir.
The oracle of justice is our last hope, and we hope that better sense will prevail, and they will
So
come
if it's
out
not
with
according to
the
you, then
exact
better sense
law
is
of
not
the Lord,
prevailing. Is that what you're
not
saying, sir?
Astha. Not Astha. Law of the land will prevail
Oh,
ultimately.
absolutely, sir.
That's our
Law
hope.
of the land. Law of the land, sir. Not Astha, not Sharia. Law of the land.
200%.
And I hope that's acceptable to all, because we'll be tracking the story very, very closely. Atikur Rahman, Vishnu Shankar Jain and Samar Srivastava for joining me on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks. We'll track the story closely. Up next, Business Today with Abha Bakaria.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
I believe that's our responsibility, because I found it a way to give it back to the startup ecosystem, and we have to grow that ecosystem. At our stage, when we meet founders, I think mostly it's not about product and idea. It's about where he's coming from, what's his strength, how motivated he is for his startup, how clearly he's thinking about that, how he's articulating the problem statement. What kind of big is he thinking about some feature or a product as a capability? How big the TAM is? I think if you summarize it, it's mostly about we see the founder quality at our stage. Because if you increase the Series A, Series B, Series C, then definitely business proportion start increasing. In Series A, some idea and then founder. We have our sector hypothesis. Hey, this is commerce, supply chain, or education tech. In that, then we see that, hey, this guy, what's his background? What problem statement he's bringing up? How big that it is? So those definitely will listen. I'm not saying that only founder. No, there is an idea and sector also we go through. And in that, definitely we ask those relevant questions. Who are your competitor? Why you think you will build these capabilities? All those answers has to be given. If he has some kind of metric, what he tracks, what kind of product he has, some initial tractions and all, we definitely look into it. Founder who get into the trap of valuation as a journey, I have seen they are not going anywhere. They struggle a lot. They are not able to build their business. The people who are seen, valuation is a secondary thing. Definitely it's a justifying also what I'm building. and how, look, at the end of the day, it's business. If there are more investors are interested in my business, definitely I will increase my valuation. But that should not be the metric. Metric should be, hey, what kind of value I am creating? What is my product? How's the traction? How the user, their DAO, MAO, their stickiness, their repeatability, what kind of my customer acquisition cost and all. So I think those should be the focus.
Mars exploration missions are exciting, but nearly 4 years after its launch on Mars, the InSight lander will have to end its activity. The US probe will soon be out of power. There's too much dust on its solar panels. Using an ultra-sensitive French-made seismometer called SEIS, InSight carried out its mission to map the interior of the red planet thanks to recording of 1,300 Mars quakes. Scientists are now able to confirm that the core of Mars is indeed liquid, that the thickness of the planet's crust is less thick than expected, and that it is probably made up of 3 layers. The seismic activity could be a result of temperature anomalies caused by the mantle of planet's crust. The InSight mission did experience one failure, with its heat flux sensor HP cubed. It had to be buried 5 meters below Mars' surface to measure its temperature, but it could not dig down far enough and the effort was abandoned.
Presented by Ebix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
Hello and welcome. You're with us in Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top business stories. Market gains for a third straight session to close at nearly 1 month high. Sensex rallies over 1,000 points. Nifty top 16,650. M&M, Titan, roar in trade. IT stocks shine. Crude oil prices on fire again as European leaders gather to discuss further sanctions on Russian oil and gas. Brent crude tests the $120 mark. Oil marketing companies under pressure to raise fuel pump prices. Tata Motors set to acquire Ford India's Sanand plant in Gujarat. The move is likely to boost capacity for Tata Motor beyond 7 lakh units per year. Stock climbs over 2% in trade. First LIC results after its mega listing disappoint. Net profit in Jan to March quarter down 18% on year. Even the dividend of 1.5 rupees per share is below market expectations. Good news for crypto investors in India. Government is ready with a consultation paper on cryptocurrencies, says the Economic Affairs Secretary Ajay Seth. The long wait for clarity could be over soon. And join Business Today TV's special programming on GDP numbers tomorrow at this time. Figures expected to fall for a 4th straight month. Less than half of the respondents expect growth beyond 4.4%. Market gaining for a third straight session, closing at a near 1 month high. Sensex zooming over 1,000 points, shutting shop above 55,900. Nifty gained over 300 points, nearing 16,700. Investors got a respite from the painful sell-off after the US markets closed on a positive note last week. Relaxation of COVID-19 curbs in major Chinese cities contributed to investor confidence. Monsoon arriving 3 days earlier than usual also raised hopes that the output of crops would rise, curbing soaring inflation. Among some of the top blue chip gainers, M&M was the front runner on the Nifty, followed by Titan, Infosys, Adani Ports and L&T. Our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee, joining us now. Udayan, what a great day for the markets, led partially, I'm sure, by the China factor that's seen some sentiment boost across global indices. But we've seen such heightened volatility of late, and FIIs, they have been on a complete selling spree. Do you see that changing anytime soon? Can today's big move be seen as an indication of a shift or just a temporary phenomenon?
Well, it could be temporary, Abha, but I think it's possible. It's possible that after 2 months of relentless pessimism, stock prices are indicating that in the near term, just in the near term, the selling might be done. You know, because sometimes markets don't move in a single line. When you go through 6 or 8 weeks of complete pessimism, gloom and doom, every rally getting sold into, and the markets grinding towards the year's lows, you need a phase of relief as well. And I think many factors have contributed to this relief. One you mentioned, which is the fact that China is easing some of its very strict lockdown policy, and that's giving some hope for global growth once again. We'll see how things pan out in the future. Even the minutes of the Fed meeting have lifted the market's mood, because now a lot of people are talking about the possibility that maybe we'll see rate hikes over the next couple of meetings, but as we reach the end of the year, maybe those will begin to fade or pause, and that has lifted the mood as well somewhat today. And of course, closer home, you've had a whiff of monsoon, and for a market which is so desperately weak and bearish for the last so many weeks, any news is latched onto as good news. So I think it's a combination of all those factors: the Fed, China, a little whiff of monsoon air, and the markets have had a powerful relief rally. For now, I think it's a phase of relief. It can last longer. We'll have to see if the Nifty has strength to get back above 17,000 once again, which would be very welcome from those lows of 15,800. It would qualify as a fairly powerful relief rally. But I think the big question is whether we've put a short-term bottom in place and what happens in the medium term. Because even in bear markets, which I think this is one of which we are in now, you have periods of fairly significant relief. So maybe this is one of those phases in the market where we have placed a near-term bottom around 15,800. We work our way back up to close to 17,000 and beyond. And then when the news turns sour once again, the market starts drifting lower towards those lows once again. So I wouldn't be brave enough to say that we put in the lows for this bear market or for this year. But just in the near term, is it possible? I think there's a fair possibility of that.
Udayan, thanks so much for taking us through all the factors at play in the current market. Now, inflation is a bigger problem than the up move in equity markets, says Arvind Sanger, managing partner, Geosphere Capital Management. He said interest rates are headed structurally upwards as inflation is rising in a similar manner. Listen in to an excerpt of a conversation that Udayan and I had with him earlier on.
Arvind, great to have you on the show. And we haven't seen this kind of volatility in markets since the start of the pandemic. What is it telling you? I mean, is it likely to continue for much longer, or is the market slowly approaching oversold territory?
I think the volatility is going to stay elevated, because what we got, I'm not saying that the market is not, oversold and due for a bounce, but in terms of what has been the guiding star of the markets for the last couple of decades, has been that whenever things got rocky, whether it was the pandemic, whether it was a 2008 financial crisis, or in prior incidents, the central bankers, led by the Federal Reserve in the US and of course other central bankers, stepped to the rescue. This time, there is no expectation that the central bankers are going to ease off their aggressive rate increases, because inflation, which is at, I think about close to 40 years highs globally, is become a bigger problem than whether or not the equity markets are selling off. So I think that changes the fundamental underpinnings of the market.
Market which is still trading at maybe in India, say 18, 19 P multiple, where the mean is probably closer to 15, which means this market can still fall 15, 20% and only have reverted to mean, not even have got terribly oversold, trading at 12 P multiple or something like that. Do you therefore see that kind of downside potential in absolute terms, that it can take in another 15% even from here on the way down?
It certainly is a risk, because remember, what we're looking at is, China, which is going through, frankly, a recession, even if their GDP data will not reflect it, but every other measure would tell you that they're in a negative growth environment. Europe is teeter-tottering on the edge of recession, if not already there. US, there's a risk there might be a recession. When was the last time that you had a global recession and the Indian market was trading above its mean? The answer is never. So the reality is that if that scenario plays out, where the West does go into a recession, then there is no way that the market doesn't have another 10 to 15% downside. Now, am I certain that the US and Europe are definitely going to a recession? No. But is there a significant risk of that? Yes. Therefore, I think the markets are going to remain under pressure until we get clarity on where global economic growth is going.
Arvind, how are you adopting your strategy to the current volatility that we're witnessing globally? And specifically when it comes to India, how do you feel foreign investors are perhaps changing their stance? And do you see this further accelerating in the weeks and months to come?
So, on a global portfolio, we are very overweight anything related to energy. The world is short energy. India is having power shortages. Coal is in short supply. Europe is having power shortages. Natural gas and coal are in short supply. US natural gas prices are at 14-year highs. So the world is extremely short energy. It is extremely short other resources. Base metals would be doing much better if it were not for the China lockdown. None of these problems have a magic wand solution, and energy transition and ESG only makes the problem worse. So we think that's a theme that's going to be around for a while. It's not going to, economic slowdown is not going to solve the energy problem. That's a global perspective. India is energy deficient. There aren't many companies that you can play in the energy space. And as we've seen from the news over the last couple of days, India has put tariffs on steel and iron ore exports and increased or decreased excise taxes on petrol and diesel, and at least on petrol. I'm not sure if it was diesel too. But the reality is that what that means is global inflation is going to keep growing up. So our view is we're staying in hard assets, real asset plays, but staying in cash in the short term a little bit, because these kind of policy moves like what we saw this weekend create huge amount of uncertainty as to where you can hide, so to speak, in this market. Right. The steel stocks were down double digits today. So we would look for buying some of these whether it's real estate, whether it's domestic infrastructure providers, whether it is whether it's a base metals, whether it's energy. Those are the kind of places we would look at, and we'd be very cautious about the inflation losers. You've seen WPI inflation is at multi-year highs in India, if not close to multi-decade highs.
It's interesting that you mentioned commodities, Arvind, because we started the year talking about a super cycle in commodities, and metal stocks were doing so well. And then metal stocks have just been hammered out of shape in the last couple of weeks. There are concerns on recession, on what China is doing. And that seems to have taken all that steam out of the low supply and commodity prices rising in a super cycle, that whole argument out completely. Do you see this as an opportunity, or do you think the commodity or metal bull run has ended?
It's just beginning. This is just a pause along the way. Nothing ever goes straight up. But the fact that in energy transition, you need, 3 to 5 times as much copper in electrification, of cars, you need 5 to 7 times as much copper in solar or wind versus thermal power plants. So right now, because China is, 35-40% of the world's copper demand, and China is going through a severe lockdown. Now, I don't think for the rest of our life we're going to have a Chinese, zero COVID lockdown. So once this ends, which I suspect will be by year end, if not sooner, we're going to see the underlying tightness in the market for commodities like copper, aluminum, steel. All of these are essential in energy transition. And China's short-term headwind is not structural. The demand for these is structural, and the supply growth is relatively very, very slow to come on.
The other segment which has got hit quite badly because of all the global turbulence and fears of a US recession is IT. Because, a few months ago, everybody was talking about how IT should do well because A, it's defensive in nature, B, the demand metrics are very strong. But now the opposite is happening. Most of these Infosys and TCS are getting hammered down. For something which has been the core staple of global investors like you, how are you approaching this severe correction in IT names?
I think it's setting up for an interesting entry point. Again, there are two headwinds. One of what you talked about, which is the recession fear, and the other is margin compression. The IT companies benefited from a couple of short-term factors which came about because of the pandemic. One was obviously much more offshoring, and the second was much lower travel costs. So both of those are slightly reversing, and there is therefore some margin correction happening. But I think, digitization and the general move towards more outsourcing, which has become much more acceptable because of COVID and the remote work, is a tailwind that will be with us for a long time. The recession risk is clearly a demand. So the demand side, there's a little bit of a recession risk. On the cost margin side, there's a margin pressure. We think the margin pressure will be temporarily just adjusting back to a new normal. We think the recession risk starts to get discounted, and the outsourcing mega trend and the digitization mega trend is more powerful than whatever moderate impact that a recession would have, which would be therefore, I think, a good entry point in the next few months or weeks if we see much more of a pullback in these stocks.
And you can catch the full interview on businesstoday.in as well as our YouTube channel.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. In its first financial results after a 21,000 crore rupee mega listing, LIC has posted an 18% dip in net profits. The state-run insurer's net profit dipped to 2,372 crore rupees in the Jan to March quarter versus 2,893 crore rupees a year ago. LIC's premium income, however, increased 18% to 1.44 lakh crores from 1.22 lakh crore rupees. The full-year net profit was up 39% to 4,043 crore rupees. That's from 2,900 crores in 2021. The board has recommended a dividend for 1 rupee 50 paise per share. The LIC share was up 1.8% in trade today. It has, however, fallen nearly 12% since its stock market debut earlier this month. And now let's take a look at what else is making news in the corporate world. Tata Motors was buoyant in trade today, rising over 3% after the auto major inked an MOU with the Gujarat government for acquisition of Ford India's Sanand plant. As per the MOU, Tata Motors subsidiary will acquire the land, buildings, vehicle manufacturing plant and machinery. On a day when markets were in the green, luxury and premium watch retailer Ethos made a tepid debut on Dalal Street. The shares debuted on the bourses at a discount of 6% to the issue price. Ethos has raised over 472.3 crore rupees through its maiden public issue. And another company jumps on the IPO bandwagon. A B2B payments and services provider Paymate has filed a DRHP to raise 1,500 crore rupees through an IPO. Proceeds from the fresh issue worth 77 crore rupees will be utilized for investment and expansion of business in new geographies. India will release its full year as well as fourth quarter GDP data tomorrow. As per Reuters poll, the full year GDP is expected to grow at 8.7% versus a minus 6.6% a year ago. And economists expect GDP growth for Q1 may have slowed down for the third quarter in a row. Let's go across to Sakshi Batra for more details.
The government will release the full year FY22 as well as the fourth quarter GDP reading on May 31st. That's tomorrow. And here's what Business Today poll really indicates on what you can really expect in tomorrow's data. Now, as per the Business Today poll, the full year GDP is expected to grow at 8.7% versus a minus 6.6% that is a year ago. Now, while this may look like a whopping rebound in the economy, this is not the case, as remember that FY21 was really marred by COVID-19 pandemic. So when you really compare this data with the pre-COVID levels, the FY22 reading will just be about 1% or 2% higher in real terms. Now, for Q4, Reuters poll really suggests that the economy is likely to expand at a 4.1% rate. Remember that the fourth quarter was also hit by the Omicron wave that destabilized the services for a whole lot of January and the first half of February as well. This was followed by the Russia-Ukraine war as well that started at the end of February. That in turn led to an inflation spike and the supply chains got disrupted. So what in the overall economy is really doing well and what is not? So a breakup of the segment performance in the FY22 in our poll from the economists who we've spoken to at Business Today indicates that the agriculture and the mining sectors are growing well, while the manufacturing, constructions and say trade and hotels are actually lagging behind. Now, as far as the RBI estimates of GDP are concerned, it has forecast that FY22 GDP will be at 9.5%. For Q2 and Q3, they have revised the GDP forecast upward to 7.9% and 6.8% respectively. For Q4, RBI has retained the forecast at 6.1%. And for Q1 of FY23, that's the current quarter, looking at the domestic growth drivers that are actually gradually improving, the RBI expects the economy to expand at 17.2%.
All right, Sakshi, thanks so much for bringing us a preview of those numbers. Now, there could be some clarity for cryptocurrency investors in India very soon. While there's no sign of the much-awaited legislation on digital currencies, the government is almost ready with its consultation paper on cryptos. One of the big takeaways of this paper is the government's emphasis on the need for a global consensus on crypto.
Cryptocurrency, two aspects. That one, our consultation paper is fairly ready. We have gone through a deep dive into this, consulted not just the domestic stakeholders and the institutional stakeholders, but also organizations like IMF, World Bank, and we have consulted them. So we hope that we will soon be in a position to finalize our consultation paper. And simultaneously, we are also beginning our work for some sort of a global regulations as well, that what role India can play.
Well, call it beginner's luck or attribute it to a brilliant performance. The fact is, the Gujarat Titans have lifted the 15th IPL trophy with a 7-wicket win over Rajasthan on their debut in the tournament. While festivities are still on, the question everyone's asking is, who's the owner of this IPL franchise? Let's take a look.
Oh, it's the stuff of childhood fantasies. A fitting finish for this new franchise.
In the beginning of the season, less than 8% of punters bet their money on this side. The team most expected to lift the trophy was Chennai Super Kings. But the Titans from Gujarat upset all calculations, braved all odds to emerge winners of the Tata IPL 2022. With a team just 7 months old carrying the glory, the bet seems to have paid off for CVC Capital Partners, the Luxembourg-based private equity group with its main office in London, which shelled out 5,625 crore rupees for the team's ownership. The team owners are veterans in sports management and team ownership. With assets under management of over $125 billion, the company has been one of the most active in international sports, scoring a neat profit in the process. CVC manages funds from over 300 investors from across the world who place their trust in CVC to grow and protect their capital. In India, the company works out of offices in Worli, Mumbai. The company counts several Indians on its rolls, including partner Amit Soni, managing directors Anant Jain and Mohit Goel, as well as investment directors Jasmine Makkar and Piyush Bagaria. Among its big international deals, It bought the Formula One Racing Championship for $1.7 billion in 2005 and sold it for $4.4 billion in 2016. It also bought Dorna Sports Management with interests in MotoGP for $80 million in 1998 and sold it at a near 6-time valuation in 2006. The private equity company currently owns a 27% stake in Premiership Rugby, which it acquired for $294 million in 2018. It also has a 28% stake in United Rugby Championship and had invested more than $500 million in Six Nations Rugby last year. The company has also invested $300 million in Volleyball World. Last year, CVC ploughed in $3.2 billion to buy a 10% stake in La Liga before entering the Indian market with its IPL buy. CVC also runs 2 betting companies, Tipico and Sisal. Gujarat Titans is the first major investment by CVC Capital Partners in India. It was reportedly in talks earlier in discussion with Rajasthan Royals and Delhi Capitals, but that didn't work out. There was reportedly considerable opposition to a private equity firm buying into an IPL franchise, but others believe the company's vast experience in sports would benefit the league. A school of thought that may be coming true. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
And that's all we have time for on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
watching India Today.
Sidhu Moosewala's murder has triggered a massive firestorm. At least 30 rounds were fired at the Punjabi singer, and his post-mortem report has now given out shocking details. At least 24 bullet wounds, a bullet found in his skull, and with that, 6 people have now been detained, and which is now becoming clear with the details of the horror emerging that was this a killing by a gang? Was this any sort of a gang rivalry that led to the murder of Punjabi sensation?
2022's most heinous crime, a gruesome murder that has shocked the nation. Popular Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala killed in cold blood, opening a can of worms in Punjab. Moosewala's bereaved father wrote a letter to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann seeking a thorough CBI and NIA investigation. The father also sought a public apology from Punjab's DGP for downgrading Sidhu's security. India Today accessed the copy of Moosewala's father's FIR, which reveals that Sidhu received multiple threats from gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. The father in the FIR claimed that the gang threat led to the singer buying a bulletproof SUV, which he chose not to drive on the fateful day. The father, who was tailing Moosewala with 2 security persons, fearing for his life, saw his Thar SUV being intercepted by a Corolla sedan, and men from a Bolero SUV opening fire before fleeing.
The vehicle which was being used by the attackers is a Bolero car having number DL10CT0196, and as per the inputs what we are getting from the police sources is that the number plate which is being used in this car is a fake number plate. While let me show you the visuals of this Bolero car, in which you can see that inside the car there is a number plate of Punjab PB05 AP6114. So it clearly seems that the attackers have already done a recce, and they already had the information that Sidhu Moosewala would be leaving without his security cover and without his bulletproof car.
Top Punjab police sources revealed to India Today that several suspects linked to Lawrence Bishnoi gang have been detained for questioning.
Investigation is on. No more information on this currently. Have we detained any person right now?
You let the investigation go on. We'll come back to you when we have to. Thank you.
Any sort of gangster involved in this? Any person named involved right now?
We can't name anybody right now, but surely there's a conspiracy behind all this.
यहीं पर सिद्धू मूसेवाले पर हमला हुआ था। ताबड़तोड़ 3 गाड़ियों से हमलावर थे और सड़क पर ये पूरी तरह से कांच बिखरा हुआ है। यहीं पर बाकायदा टारगेट करके सिद्धू मूसेवाले पर तकरीबन 20 से ज्यादा फायरिंग की गई, और इसका अंदाजा आप इसी बात से लगा सकते हैं कि सड़क पर फायरिंग हुई थी और दीवार पर गोलियों के निशान आप देख पा रहे हैं। तकरीबन 3 जो गोलियां इस दीवार को छेद करके यहां पर निकली हैं। उसके अलावा जो 3 गाड़ियां थी वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का पीछा करती। चूंकि ये देखिए ये एक मोड़ है और अपराधी इसी बात का इंतजार करते हैं। दरअसल मोड़ पर गाड़ियां धीरी होती हैं। सिद्धू मूसेवाले के पीछे एक गाड़ी थी, जबकि उसके आगे की तरफ 2 गाड़ी थी, और जैसे ही मोड़ पर ये गाड़ी ढीली होती है, सिद्धू मूसेवाला जिस गाड़ी में बैठा था उसके 2 सहयोगी बैठे थे, हमलावर उतरते हैं और ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग कर देते हैं। और अंदाजा लगाइए यहाँ आसपास जितनी भी दीवारें हैं उन दीवारों पर गोलियों के निशान, ये देखिए ये गोलियों के निशान है। उसके अलावा दूसरी तरफ वहां पर भी गोलियों के निशान है।
The probe further reveals that the vehicle used for Sidhu's murder had fake number plates. A pistol recovered from Moosewala's bullet-ridden car has been sent for forensic investigation.
You can see that officials from the forensic department are trying to take measurements of the bullet marks. They're trying to take the remnants of the cartridges that have been recovered from inside the Thar vehicle in which Sidhu Moosewala was gunned down. These are the remnants that have been recovered. The forensic team is now looking in at, and they are taking the exact size of the bullet marks.
Moosewala family says that cut in the singer's security by the Aam Aadmi Party government was deliberately leaked to gangsters. The Punjab High Court has now asked the state government why sensitive details were made public. With Lalit Sharma, Arvind Ojha and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
Bhagwant Mann-led Punjab government is under fire for downgrading Sidhu Moosewala's security. Remember, Moosewala was killed just 24 hours after his security detail was removed. Now, the Punjab High Court also has now pulled up the Punjab government, asking why were the documents related to the security details of these celebrities and VVIPs made public. From Moosewala's family to the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. And now the court also pulling up the government. There is a blame that is coming on Bhagwant Mann and his government for reasons that have led to the singer's death.
Anger, despair, outrage. After rapper Sidhu Moosewala's gruesome daylight gang war style execution, from Moosewala's native Mansa to Delhi, angry protesters venting their ire against the 28-year-old singer's brutal killing. Moosewala fans and Congress workers took to the streets demanding strict action against the killers. Much of the anger is directed against the Aam Aadmi Party government of Punjab, which not only cut Moosewala's security, along with a host of others, but also made it public. Moosewala was gunned down a day after the security downgrade. A massive political war broke out, with the opposition BJP, Congress and Akalis training their guns at the Aam Aadmi Party.
सुरक्षा वापस लेना आपका काम है, लेकिन पब्लिक डोमेन में ऐसी चीजों को कैसे डाला सकता? मैंने कल ही कहा था कि लोगों की जान को खतरे में डाल दिया आपने। लोगों को बता दिया जाइए सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मार दीजिए, उसके पास सुरक्षा नहीं है।
केवल ते केवल सरकार दी नाकामी, पुलिस दी नलायकी करके वापरे है। और जे नाकामी ते नलायकी पुलिस ना वरतदी तो शायद ये अनहोनी अज नहीं होनी सी।
मैं सिर्फ यही कह सकता हूं कि इसमें कोई भी बक्सा नहीं जाएगा और भगवंत मान जी की सरकार हत्यारों को पकड़ने के लिए, अपराधीकरण रोकने के लिए, गैंगवार रोकने के लिए पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबद्ध है।
Akali Chief Sukhbir too came down heavily on Maan government for failed law and order in the state.
पंजाब सरकार दे कोई फेथ नहीं है, पंजाब दी जनता दा पंजाब सरकार ते कोई फेथ नहीं है। उन्हां दे फादर साहब ने भी डिमांड कीती है कि एनआईए दी दित्ती जाए।
The ruling Aam Aadmi Party, caught in the back foot over massive outrage, vowed that culprits won't be spared.
जो लोग भी इसके पीछे हैं उनको ऐसी सजा दी जाएगी ताकि कोई भी बदमाश जो है इस तरीके का करने से पहले 100 बार सोचे।
Amid all the blame game, will Moosewala be just yet another number in Punjab's killer blood politics? Bureau Report, India Today.
The entire Punjabi music industry and people across India are in shock after the brutal killing of Sidhu Moosewala was confirmed. But it is singer Meka Singh's explosive claims, and that in an exclusive conversation with India Today could have just opened a new can of worms. Meka has revealed and has said that Moosewala had confided in him about getting threats from gangsters. Here's what Meka said to India Today.
A cold-blooded murder of a 28-year-old Punjabi rap star. Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead in broad daylight close to his home in Mansa. A killing that has sent shockwaves in Punjab.
with the superstar, the very
Popular singer Mika, a close friend of Moosewala, says he was stunned by the murder.
I'm feeling very sad and bad because it is like किसी animal को मार दिया आपने, किसी जानवर को मार दिया राह चलते, जो हम 30 साल पहले 30 years back we used to hear these kind of news कि ऐसे गैंगस्टर होते हैं, ऐसे कर देते हैं. And this is 2022. This is what happening. I'm surprised. अगर सेलिब्रिटी को मार सकते हैं तो आम इंसान को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होती होगी. एक सेलिब्रिटी की तो न्यूज भी आ जाती है, लेकिन आम जनता की तो न्यूज भी नहीं आ रही होगी, जो रोज ऐसे कोई भी किसी ने वेपन उठाया और किसी को गोली मार दी.
In an exclusive interview to India Today, Mika made some stunning revelations. Mika said Moosewala had told him just before his death that he was facing death threats.
उन्होंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया था, मुझे लंदन में मिले थे. उन्होंने मुझे बोला यार ये बहुत नया सिस्टम शुरू हो गया कि यार मैं हूँ, 2-4 और सिंगर्स हैं जिनको ऐसे कॉल आते हैं और हमें समझ नहीं आता कि हम उनके साथ कैसे डील करें.
Mika had even suggested to Moosewala that he should shift base to Mumbai.
तो मैंने उनको वैसे ही बोला था कि यार तुम वहाँ रह रहे हो, तुम इधर ही आ जाओ, मुंबई में शिफ्ट हो जाओ. तो यहाँ पे अपना जितना मर्जी काम, यहाँ तो शाहरुख खान, सलमान खान, आमिर खान, अमिताभ बच्चन जैसे सुपरस्टार रहते हैं, उनको तो कभी कोई धमकी नहीं आती. मैं वहाँ पे रह रहा हूँ, मैंने बहुत नाम कमाया, सब कुछ है, बट कहीं ना कहीं आई फील वेरी सेफ इन मुंबई.
Extortion attempts and threats to his life plagued Sidhu Moosewala ever since he became a singing sensation.
किसी ने उनसे पैसे मांगे होंगे, उसने पैसे नहीं दिए होंगे. अब उसको जैसे किसी ने गोली मार दिया, वो कल को 4 और सिंगर्स को बोलेगा ठीक है उसको मैंने मार दिया, अब तेरी बारी. दिस इज व्हाट आई फील. जेल के अंदर से ही उनको धमकियां देते हैं और जब वो प्रोल पे या बेल पे बाहर आते हैं, अपना फिर कान करते हैं, फिर अंदर चल जाते हैं.
Mika fondly recalled how Moosewala had put Punjabi rap on the global stage.
Just 3 years के अंदर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा अपना नाम, इतना बड़ा मुकाम उन्होंने पैदा किया है. I think मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि सिर्फ पंजाब में, वर्ल्ड वाइड उनकी फैन फॉलोइंग. इवन ड्रेक जो बहुत बड़े रैपर हैं, he used to follow Sidhu Moosewala on Instagram.
The singer rued the Punjabi government's move to reduce Moosewala's security detail. Tragically, Moosewala was killed just a day after his security was trimmed.
वही है ना, जैसे सिक्योरिटी विथड्रॉ हुआ, आप दूसरे दिन ही तो हर न्यूज पे आ जाता है कि उस सिंगर की या उस पॉलिटिशियन की सिक्योरिटी हट गई है. बट मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों सिद्धू मूसेवाला, बाकी की तो सिक्योरिटी हटी हुई है. अब इसमें जिसने भी गेम चलाकी से खेली होगी उसको यही लग रहा है कि ठीक है यार मैं अपना काम कर देता हूँ, लोग बोलेंगे उसने करा होगा.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Popular Punjabi rap star turned Congress neta Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead on Sunday 29th May. But that horrific shooting occurred after his security details was curtailed by the Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab. Now the singer was attacked specifically at the Jawahar village, which is near Mansa. And after receiving multiple bullet injuries, hospital eventually pronounced him dead at Mansa. Here's a report on what exactly happened on that dreadful day.
Cold-blooded murder in broad daylight. Punjabi pop star and Congress leader Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead on Sunday when suspected gangsters pumped bullets into him. The singer's body and the SUV carrying him was found riddled with bullets fired from as many as 3 weapons. Chilling CCTV footage of a car trailing Moosewala's car was accessed. In the images, a white SUV is seen tailing Moosewala's vehicle moments before the murder. Moosewala, who was seriously injured, was declared brought dead at the hospital.
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤਿੰਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਕੈਜੁਅਲਟੀ ਆਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰੌਡ ਡੈਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੇ 2 ਇੰਜਨ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਡਰੈਸਿੰਗ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਹਾਇਰ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ 'ਚ ਰੈਫਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ
ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਲੈਫਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ 2 ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਲੇਰੋ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਸਕਾਰਪੀਓ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਫਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਨ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਵੂਨਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੈ
Moosewala's gruesome murder comes the day after the Aam Aadmi Party government stripped away his security cover, despite a clear gang threat to him. His bereaved mother has blamed the AAP government's incompetence, holding it responsible for the murder.
आज ਅਸੀਂ award ਦੇਣ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ British Asia Award.
Fellow singer Mika Singh revealed that Moosewala repeatedly feared for his life while speaking to him. Punjab's DGP revealed that 4 Punjab commandos were allotted as security for Moosewala, but this was reduced to just 2 after the AAP government's directive.
ये जो इंसिडेंट है ये एक इंटर गैंग राइवलरी का केस लगता है
Notorious gangster of the Bishnoi gang Goldie Brar has claimed responsibility for the murder seen as a revenge killing for a 2021 gang murder.
शगनप्रीत इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में तो उसका रिएक्शन में जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है.
Punjab cops have now formed a special investigation team to nab the killers. With Manjeet Sehgal and Lalit Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
29-year-old Lawrence Bishnoi is now the prime suspect in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Now, Bishnoi, who has been questioned in Delhi, started off as a constable in Haryana police. He then switched to farming. He even enrolled himself for a law degree. And this is when his tryst with illegal activities started, and eventually he became a gangster. And that's also when he came in contact with Goldie Brar, who's also appeared to have taken responsibility for the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. Together, they became partners in crime. Take a look at this profile of Lawrence Bishnoi, who's currently in Tihar jail, but prime suspect of possibly plotting Sidhu Moosewala's murder.
A gang that has terrorized much of North India, operating stealthily even from top central jails. A gang that has claimed the brazen daylight murder of Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala. And now for the first time, the dreaded Lawrence Bishnoi gang is on television. Exclusive images of the Bishnoi gang being paraded by the Delhi Police Special Cell in 2021 after taking them into police remand under the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, Makoka. Bishnoi is seen wearing a black t-shirt, green shoes and close-cropped hair. Rajasthan gangster Sampat Nehra, who once carried out a reconnaissance of actor Salman Khan's house, can also be seen in these images accessed exclusively by India Today. The other gangster in these images are Jaggu Bhagwanpuria and Haryana's Kali Rajput and Raju Basodi. 30-year-old Lawrence Bishnoi, the son of a former police officer, is a law graduate. He met Goldie Brar in 2009 during his stint in Punjab University. The two rapidly rose in the world of crime
after fighting for supremacy in university politics and a series of ruthless murders. When Goldie Brar fled to Canada, Bishnoi kept running the crime empire from Tihar Central Jail. Anybody who owed allegiance to rival gangs or stood against the Bishnoi gang was neutralized, like pop star Sidhu Moosewala. The Bishnoi gang allegedly wanted to avenge the murder of Akali Dal leader Vicky Midhu Kheda in August 2021. Since Shaganpreet Singh, the manager of Moosewala, was named as a key plotter in the murder case, Moosewala came on the radar of the Bishnoi gang. Moosewala was also close to slain gangster Vicky Gaundar, a bitter rival of the Bishnoi gang. While Shaganpreet fled to Australia, Moosewala couldn't escape the wrath of the Bishnoi gang. With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Sidhu Moosewala is only the latest Punjabi singer who has fallen victim to a gang war. But in the crosshair of gangsters, bullets, many Punjabi singers have paid the price for fame with their life and aggression by gangs in Punjab.
Pushing the limits. Going right for the jugular in his songs. The singer who turned Punjab's hip-hop scene upside down is shot dead.
ये अपनी गाड़ी में जा रहे थे, ये खुद ड्राइव कर रहे थे, इनके साथ 2 प्राइवेट लोग थे। फायरिंग हुई और फायरिंग में इनको बुलेट इंजरी हुई और जब इनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया, then he was declared brought dead.
The voice embracing fiery spirit silenced forever.
Sidhu Moosewala isn't the only Punjabi singer to be in the line of gang fire. Several other Punjabi singing sensations in the past too have faced threats, bullets, and even lethal attacks. In June 2019, Punjabi singer Karan Aujla was attacked in Canada. He survived the firing in Surrey. A Punjab-based gang first took responsibility but later denied. Parmesh Verma, who owes his fame to his song Gaal Nahi Kadni, was shot at allegedly at the orders of a local gangster in Mohali the same year in April. The bullet hit his leg, but he survived the attack. Punjabi folk singer Dilshad Akhtar was shot and killed on stage in 1996, allegedly by a police official because he refused to sing a third-party song on demand. Hailed as the Elvis Presley of Punjab, Amar Singh Chamkila and his wife Amarjot Kaur fell to firing from an AK-47 on their troop in 1988. From folk, pop to rap, the singers of Punjab have been the brand ambassadors of the region across the world. It's an irony of fate that they have to move about with tight security at home, staying in the crosshairs of threats, some even fatal. Harmeet Shah Singh for India Today in New Delhi.
Sidhu Moosewala was known for his revolutionary songs, as some called it, and its lyrics. He also glorified separatism in his songs. He invoked Bhindranwala, labelled Punjab voters as traitors after Aam Aadmi Party was voted to power. Here's a look at the trajectory of Sidhu Moosewala.
a mix of rap, pop and everything else that makes it heavy on rhythm. But Sidhu Moosewala wasn't all about singing. The Congress candidate from Mansa in this year's assembly elections in Punjab had his own share of controversy over ideology.
ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਲਾ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਠ ਦੇ ਪੁਜਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਮੁਖਵਾਕ ਭਨਿਓ ਗਰੀਬ ਨਿਵਾਸ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰਨ ਕੇ ਅਧੀਨ ਹੈ ਰਾਜ ਰਾਜ ਬਿਨਾ ਨਾ ਧਰਮ ਚਲੇ ਹੈ ਧਰਮ ਬਿਨਾ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਮਲੇ ਹੈ
A month after the farmer agitation in 2020, the singer-rapper, now assassinated in an alleged gang attack, invoked Jarnail Singh Bhindrawala in a song titled Punjab, My Motherland. The lyrics purportedly glorified the idea of Sikh separatism. Its provocative punchlines described Punjab as an outspoken avenger. The video and the song conjured up images of Operation Blue Star in 1984, when farmers of Punjab and Haryana were protesting agricultural laws in 2020.
ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਲਾ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਠ ਦੇ ਪੁਜਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ
Available on YouTube, Punjab My Motherland is laced with the speech of a Khalistani supporter of the 1980s, justifying an independent Sikh state in the name of sovereignty. In a video interview now viral, Moosewala was unapologetic when asked about Bhindranwala.
ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਤਵਾਦੀ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਸੱਦਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਸੰਤ ਜਰਨੈਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਭਿੰਡਰਾਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਤ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇਵਾਲਾ ਕੀ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਰੱਖਦਾ?
ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਉਹੀ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਮੇਰੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਿਕ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਮਰਿਆ ਯਾਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਤਾਂ ਪੁਰਖਾ ਸੀ ਨਾ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ।
But the same singer trained his guns on Punjab when Congress lost power to AAP in the February elections, calling the voters traitors in yet another controversial song. Bureau Report, India Today.
The murder has put the spotlight on, are there possible gangs in Punjab? Moosewala's family and friends have confirmed that the Punjabi singer was constantly getting threats from gangsters. And at the center of this gang aggression or gang war is one Lawrence Bishnoi. He's currently lodged in Delhi's Tihar jail, but he's also the prime suspect in possibly plotting the murder of the singer. But he's not the only one. We now try to decode the gang aggression, the gang rivalry that could have killed Moosewala.
May, Jawar ke village, Mansa, Punjab. While glorifying the guns and gangster culture in his songs, Sidhu Moosewala would have never imagined that one day he would fall prey to gangsters himself. Sources say before Sidhu Moosewala was killed, he'd received a call from the gangsters advising him to mend his ways. But Moosewala had ignored the threats, saying he too was equipped with weapons.
इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग पे।
A gang war that spread across Punjab, Delhi's Tihar jail, and across 7 seas to Canada. At the center of this gang war is this group of men led by Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi, prime suspect. Lawrence Bishnoi is currently lodged in the high security ward of Tihar Central Jail. A resident of Firozpur, his gang is active in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Professional shooters are also a part of Bishnoi's gang. Kala Jathedi, Bishnoi's crime partner. Lawrence Bishnoi's partner in crime is Sandeep alias Kala Jathedi, Delhi's most wanted gangster who carried a reward of 7 lakh rupees when he was arrested in July last year. Apart from Delhi police, Jathedi was wanted by Haryana, Rajasthan and Punjab police for his alleged involvement in several cases of murder, extortion and other heinous crimes. Jathedi's name also came up following the Chhatrasal Stadium assault and murder in which two-time Olympic medalist and world champion wrestler Sushil Kumar was arrested. Sushil Kumar was associated with Jathedi, but the two fell out. Vicky Midukheda, Bishnoi aide, shot dead in August 2021. The trigger for Sidhu Moosewala's killing was allegedly the murder of Vicky Midukheda. Vicky was also a big name in the Punjabi music industry and was shot dead in August last year. Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet's name had figured in that murder. Goldie Brar, gangster, currently in Canada. Goldie Brar, a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi, currently in Canada, has also claimed responsibility for Moosewala's murder. Goldie has also claimed that apart from Vicky Midukheda's killing, Sidhu Moosewala was also behind the murder of his brother Gurlal Brar, but has survived on the strength of his contacts and influence. The Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility for murdering Sidhu Moosewala, claiming that Vicky Midukheda was their brother and they have now avenged his death. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
While the investigation is on and the politics is brewing, it is the death that has left fans and celebrities across the globe in shock. After a short break, when I return, I get to how celebrities, Punjabi singers and the fans across the world have reacted to Sidhu Moosewala's brutal murder.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You.
$100 billion items of clothing are sold each year in the world, double the figure 15 years ago, a consequence of fast fashion, the response to the latest trends. Even at the raw material stage, pollution is present. 26% of our clothes are made of cotton, which requires a great deal of water. Then there are the pesticides and fertilizers. Making a t-shirt requires water equivalent to 70 showers. More than 60% of our clothes are made of polyester, which comes from oil, so their carbon footprint is considerable. Dyeing, washing out, softening the raw material require products that are as dangerous for workers that use them as they are for the environment. Transporting clothes is far from environment friendly. A pair of jeans can travel 1.5 times around the world. Even in our homes, clothes continue to pollute. When they're washed, our polyester shirts and shorts release microfibers into the oceans. As much as 500,000 tons per year, the equivalent of 50 billion bottles of plastic. Textiles are one of the world's most polluting industries. 1.2 billion tons of greenhouse gases are released into the atmosphere each year, more than international air travel and maritime shipping combined.
You are watching.
Oh, sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं नहीं विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
You are watching India Today.
Sidhu Moosewala's death left fans and even celebrities across the globe in shock, from actors Ajay Devgan to Ranveer Singh, musicians like Diljit Dosanjh to Punjabi actress Shehnaz Gill. The entertainment industry joined in and poured their tributes to mourn the demise of the Punjabi singer.
He was raw, unpolished like no other, and the fact that he didn't care about what people thought of him made him different from the rest. Whichever song he sang came straight from his heart. He was unbelievably impulsive.